Welcome everyone to the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Award and Lecture 2023. This is the 20th edition of the prestigious award that has, over the last 2 decades, transformed into a platform that encourages and empowers diverse stakeholders for their outstanding work in the areas of conservation and sustainability. The TNK Award and Lecture was instituted in the year 2004 to honor the life and work of renowned environmental scientist, Dr. Raj Khoshoo. To celebrate the legacy of the man who was significant in the development of India's environmental policy, the annual award is given to an academician or a practitioner whose work has had an impact in the fields of environment, conservation, and development. The focus, the theme this year is Economics of Biodiversity. Our economies, livelihoods, and well-being all depend on our most precious asset, nature. Can it then be considered free or of no value? I am Nalve Nachiyar, reporting on this event as a journalist, but today I will steer you through what I believe will be a remarkable evening of listening and learning. Today's event will see us approach and understand economics of biodiversity from various viewpoints and through the works of many, many academics from this interdisciplinary field. Before we start, fair warning, we have quite a day lined up for you and multiple things jostling for your attention. Exciting talks, lots to watch, listen, observe, and savor. So, pace yourselves. Without further ado, let's get this ball rolling. With her entrepreneurial spirit, she has straddled the two worlds of industry and development for the last 3 decades with a deep and abiding passion for environment. I speak, of course, of Anita Arjundas, the Executive Director of ATREE, who will now deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Nalme, and a warm welcome to everyone gathered here this afternoon, partners, friends, well-wishers, and members of the ATREE family. As already mentioned by Nalme, the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Award and Lecture celebrates inspiring individuals who have contributed through thought, action, policy, or education towards environmental conservation. This annual gathering owes its roots to an endowment established by the Khoshoo family, together with support from Suri Saigal, Balachandra Ganeshan, and ATREE, in memory of an accomplished evolutionary botanist who went on to become the first Environment Secretary of India, Dr. T.N. Khoshoo. Our awardees over the years have come from very diverse fields, be it biodiversity, water security, ecological restoration, livelihood security, conservation and the arts, or environmental history and political ecology. Starting with Dr. Raman Sukumar in 2004, we've had 24 awardees to date, one being an organization and the other 23 individuals, 8 of whom were women. Our memorial lecture speakers have ranged from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, MS Swaminathan, Peter Avon, Elinor Ostrom, Madhav Gadgil, and Ram Guha, among others. This year marks a very special milestone for the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Award, as we complete 20 years of existence and celebrate the work of Sir Partha Dasgupta and our 25th awardee, Deepak Malghan. And that takes me to the theme of this year's event, the economics of biodiversity. Now, I'll share a brief introduction to the theme, and we will hear more over the evening from all the stalwarts who have reflected on this matter for several years of their life through the panel discussion, through the memorial lecture, and also through the awardees talk. But I thought I would take this opportunity to share with you 3 perspectives that I came across from our awardees and speakers over the years. And each of these are almost separated by a decade. So starting with Anil Joshi in 2005, who spoke about the need to recognize the dependence of the economy on the environment. He said, what we don't realize is a stable economy is dependent on ecological stability. Therefore, if we want a strong economy, we have to be serious about the environment as well. And then moving on to the importance of factoring in issues of equity and environmental justice, even as you look at the intersection between the economy and the environment. Mahesh Rangarajan in 2014 said, we are going through a cycle worldwide in which there is a retreat from environmental concerns. It is also true that some of these environmental concerns do not pay enough attention to the livelihood and rights issues or to the larger issues of basic human security and safety in unstable living environments. And finally, to the interconnectedness of all existence, Partha Dasgupta through a paper that he recently published in 2023. Self-restraint can be prompted within us only if we develop an affection for nature's workings, an appreciation of the infinite complexity and mystery of what goes on in the world around us. If we are to make peace with nature, which is to say peace with ourselves, we all need to be naturalists. So welcome again to what I'm sure will be an insightful and engaging afternoon. May I invite Raj Khoshoo, Senior Vice President, Strategic Alliances at Siemens Software USA, and son of Dr. T.N. Khoshoo, to share his thoughts during this very important milestone of 20 years of the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Award and Lecture. Thank you, and over to you, Raj.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is not my usual speaking slot here in this event. I'm usually at the end of the whole show, but this time I was fortunately promoted to the beginning. Dr. Baba normally, who is my hero, next to my father, used to share this spot. Anita talked about the very humble beginnings of this 20 years ago in New Delhi and in India International Center, and never would have I realized how this has grown into an event of international implications. Of course, Anita talked about the little corpus we started, and the corpus was not even enough even to sustain the expenses of the event. So we all pitched in, and somehow or the other, we survived 20 years. And this event is particularly very special to the Khoshoo family. Two things. Firstly, yesterday I was at ATREE, and after much discussion, after many years of discussing with Dr. Baba and the board about putting a memento, a recognizable memento at ATREE for Dr. Khoshoo. So the most recognized memento was the library. So ATREE calls it now the T.N. Khoshoo Library. And earlier this year, we had Dr. Prasanna as a T.N. Khoshoo Fellow. So you can see we have slowly but steadily grown this activity. So I want to talk about what happened yesterday in the library and how Vamsi, myself, Anita, Dr. Baba, some others were there, the curator. I had a little surprise that I bought from Delhi. I took 4 accolades that my father got. The first was a Prince of Wales gold medal in early 40s that my dad got for excellence in biology when he was still in undergrad studies. We come from a family of foresters, and 2 or 3 of my uncles were in Indian Forest Service. So we were already environmentally conscious. We were very conscious as a family of bureaucrats, extremely highly integrity, honest bureaucrats, very difficult thing these days to find. So he started his career, and his ambition was to look at the underpinnings, what's under the forest, what makes a forest happen, what makes the forest sustain itself. And clearly he had a clear thinking about plant genetics, etc., very, very early on. Then through the series of different assignments at the universities, then he was in Jammu and Kashmir, and then he ended up in National Botanic Gardens as assistant director on a temporary assignment of 9 months. And he was told that it's a temporary assignment. My uncle, who was retired as the chief conservator of forest, and he told him that you have a nice job as head of department of botany in Jammu and Kashmir University. Why do you want to throw this away and you're going to a temporary job? Such was his fervor. And this is a message to all the fellows and students at ATREE. This was his fervor that personal employment did not matter to him. What mattered was exactly what he started to do in the area of genetics, in the field. So we dug out the Prince of Wales gold medal, and we presented it to ATREE for safekeeping. The next thing, he was recognized for the work that he did in ecosystem restoration, which converted National Botanic Gardens into National Botanic Research Institute, a premier research institute for CSIR, for which he ultimately got an international recognition, the Sasakawa Prize. Now, there's a lesson here. The lesson here is, since being sort of a scientist, a humble scientist, you don't get paid a lot, right? I'm sure everybody can nod to me. Science, it has to be a passion, not a pursuit of money. So he would remind me all this time, and I would say, Dad, I see the struggles that you're going through, but this is not for me. I'm going to end up making money as a technologist, as an engineer. So we were on two sides of the argument. And of course, for that, he received a Bhushan. So we bought the medal. It'll be, again, safekeeping at ATREE. Because what will I do or my children do with these accolades? They are better placed in something that Dr. Baba and Dr. Khoshoo started at ATREE. So we handed that over for safekeeping. And the idea here is these 3-4 awards and there'll be more. The idea here is all the ATREE constituents, people, students, fellows should see the life of somebody that began with a commitment to biology and ended up as a bureaucrat shaping policy. A little story here. When Mrs. Gandhi offered him the job, he had reservations, knowing the bureaucrats in the IS lobby in India. And then finally he said, Mrs. Gandhi, firstly, when he went into Mrs. Gandhi's office, she stood up. And being his a bit Kashmiri background, she stood up from her chair and said, Namaskar, Panditji. So he knew that he wanted something from her because she was an astute politician. So anyway, she came and she offered him the job. And he said, only on one condition, madam. I don't want to make the Ministry of Environment a licensing body. And the reason was quite clear. He was crystal clear in thinking of what his mission, what his dedication, what his life is, and what he has to achieve. So rest is, of course, his contributions, his books, etc., are all on display. My mother, who was a force behind Dr. Khoshoo, would always tell me, hey, after I'm gone, what are these medals and these books going to do at home? We found a place. I'm hoping that at ATREE, there is some motivation to see a life of somebody that started with biology and ended up where he is. Now, it's not that he and me were on different paths. In 2005, 2006, although I'm purely a engineer, software, and general management, I'm driven from, as I was telling Dr. Dasgupta, we are driven from two constituents, the political landscape and the capital markets, right? That's what drives us, right? Growth, 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 and how do you make the politicians more powerful? And how do you deal with these conflicting things, in biodiversity or diversity, et cetera? So in 2006, I started my own personal work in the area of sustainability because I'm an engineer, sustainable design, recycling, standards, setting up standards, et cetera. In 2009, what happened was that we had a little bit of a market downturn, and lo and behold, people forgot about sustainability. Right? It went to the back, But this time, I'm beginning to see the value, understanding of value. It's not just economics that will shape us, but it's the derivative value given from biodiversity that will change our outlook to this complex topic. With that, I thank Dr. Baba, Dr. Balaram, the board of ATREE, Anita, Momsi, everybody for allowing us to participate in behalf of the Khoshoo family sitting over there. I'm extremely grateful and thankful for being here. Thanks again.
Thank you, Anita and Raj. For someone like me who sits on the desk hacking away at articles all day long, this year's theme, Economics of Biodiversity, was a bit of a mystery initially. Of course, I know what biodiversity is, but what do we mean by the economics of it? So, to make sense of it, I reached out to what I know best. Data tarvar dayaphal, upkari jivant, panchi chale disavara, birsa sufal falant. The benevolent trees, they give us fruits with grace and without expectations. True donors, they are. Birds fly away to their destiny without repaying the tree, yet the tree prospers. This doha or couplet by mystic saint poet Kabir was written over 500 years ago. Those were far simpler times when economic growth hadn't come at a devastating cost to nature. But today, in the face of a looming climate crisis, nature is demanding accounts and accountability. To take us into the nitty-gritties, a more in-depth and rigorous engagement with the economics of biodiversity, we now have a panel discussion featuring some of the brightest minds working in the field. The panel will discuss their views on valuation of biodiversity, the benefits and drawbacks of the approach, and the pathways to achieve the balance of ecology and economics. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage, starting with our moderator, Anindya Sinha, Sharat Chandra Lele, Saudamini Das, Samir Sisodia, and Haripriya Gundimeda. Anindya Sinha is a professor at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. He studies various aspects of primate behavior such as cognition, genetics, evolution, conservation, and philosophy. Sharat Chandra Lele is the Distinguished Fellow in Environmental Policy and Governance at ATREE. An interdisciplinary environmental researcher, he bridges the natural sciences, economics, and political science. Saudamini Das is a professor in the Indian Economic Services section of the Institute of Economic Growth, Delhi. Her research focuses on climate change adaptation, valuation of ecosystem services, coastal vulnerability analysis, mangroves, and evaluation of public policy. Samir Sisodia is the CEO of Rain Matter Foundation. He has also been working on sustainable farming, farm collectives, and soil and forest restoration in Coorg for the last 10 years, after leaving his long tech career. Haripriya Gundimeda is the Institute Chair Professor at the Department of Economics, IIT Bombay. She works on green accounting, climate change mitigation, energy demand and pricing, environmental resource valuation, and developmental issues in India. Over to you, Anand.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the organizers and everyone in ATREE for having this very important panel discussion. I will not introduce the speakers because they've just been introduced, but let me just tell you a bit about how we've planned the panel. So I will invite the four speakers to speak after this for 5 minutes each because we don't have too much time. And then I will have about 5 or 7 minutes when the panelists will address each other, if they would like to, and then open up the panel to the audience for the last 10 to 15 minutes of the program. So just wanted to say that I'm actually a misfit. I've never worked on the economics of biodiversity. I've not even worked formally in the field of biodiversity, but I've been studying monkeys and elephants and dolphins all my life, and along with them I've seen how our biodiversity around us has been declining. So for all practical purposes, I here now stand for all the other species to see what humans have to say. Thanks. So May I now invite Dr. Haripriya to speak for 5 minutes?
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. So given that I have to open it up, and you said you didn't know about economics of biodiversity, probably I would mention why you need economics over here. Yeah, so when we speak, when we think of economics, we only think about the price mechanism created through the demand and the supply and the equilibrium and the market prices that are associated with it. And we also think of Adam Smith's invisible hand in a laissez-faire economy wherein like you just leave it to the market forces and everything can be taken care of. Now here is where the economics of biodiversity would come in, and it is also very confusing. For a very reason like what has got economics to do with biodiversity? Maybe we would not have bothered much about economics, bringing economics into the biodiversity aspect, but the key thing is our economic activities has done so much of harm on the environment that it has reached its limits, right? And if we don't do, I mean, with just the closed eyes and we'll not like bring this into the policy making. Now, if you have to bring something into the policy making, you have to speak of the numbers. You have to dollarize everything. You have to monetize everything. Otherwise, most of the decisions are actually very biased towards the economic projects. You have the infrastructure projects. You actually widen the roads, but then there are trees that think that this is a nuisance. They cut down the trees. But on the other hand, when they actually bid for any of the projects, they ask you for, if you have to go for the Sarkari quotations, then they will say like you have to at least give the 3 quotations, whichever is the minimum, we will actually take it, right? So these kind of decisions we all also make. But the key thing is now, are we placing any value on whatever the destruction, the benefits that are provided by these trees, are we taking that into the decision making? Do our cost-benefit analysis actually consider whatever damage we are doing to the biodiversity around us? We really do not care if leopards disappear or tigers disappear or lions disappear. The very reason because we do not know their value, right? They say that it's an ethical issue. Obviously, we will not be able to place a value. I mean, how can we value our parents? We know that they're invaluable. But then there comes the dilemma. Now, if you don't put any price tag on that, it's not like by putting a price tag, we are selling them in the markets. But the key thing is, if you don't tell what is the contribution of this particular species in the entire ecosystem, that the economic system now, they will disappear. Now, if you have to say that, yes, this is about everyone, like there are various stakeholders in the society, and each and every stakeholder has a different set of values. And this is through valuation, what we are trying to do is trying to bring in, aggregate these values and tell the policymaker, look, this is the decision, the benefits are accruing to certain section of population, but then there are a whole range of other stakeholders who are actually benefiting from these ecosystems. And that's where, there are basically the distributional gains and losses. So that's something that we can only point out if we have these numbers. But definitely it is not that we are saying we want to auction all our assets through valuation, but it's only to aid the policymaker in the decision making. So I can give you another example, because I also work in the green accounting, and we are trying to biodiversity is also one of the key aspects which we need to bring into the green accounting framework. What happens, I will just take a very simple example of agriculture. Now, we know that agriculture contributes a lot to the society, right? GDP. We can value that because that's a food production, food security. Without agriculture, human beings cannot survive. But how are we producing these crops? How are we producing these agriculture products? It's basically we are cultivating. There is soil. That's one of the key ecosystem service without which we cannot even grow, right? But then in the past, we have not really worried about bringing the economics aspects into it. But now there is a need because, what we are doing is in the name of intensive cultivation, we have been growing this, and the quality of soils have degraded. So what did we do in order to restore the quality of the soils? We are adding fertilizers and pesticides, right? Because we have disturbed the ecosystems. Obviously, the pests are attacking. And then we need to make sure that, we are growing crops. So then you see that we have created 2 new sectors in the economy, which we are valuing. But if we have to bring in this aspect, these 2 new sectors are created just because we have destroyed the quality of the soils. Now, if these quality of the soils, we have been doing organic farming or we do nature farming, which is in cognizance with the rules of the nature, we don't really need these 2 sectors. Why do we need additional fertilizers in the pesticide sector, right? So that's where we are trying to bring in the economics, what we say that first, we want to bring in that we have to recognize that biodiversity and nature is important for the economics, for our well-being, without which we would definitely have a lot of losses to our human well-being. Secondly, only when you recognize, you might mean you want to understand the value, right? So we try to demonstrate the values through various non-market valuation techniques. It doesn't really matter how we value. There is a lot of literature. But the key thing is, now once we value it, how do we use these numbers in the decision making is the most crucial thing, right? You can misuse the numbers. I'm not in favor of valuing everything. It's only valuation is only for the impact assessment, or we are trying to look at how we can aid in the policy making. We are not using the values to actually create new set of markets or sell nature. That should not be the key thing. Or we should not misuse these numbers to trade off something with something else. For example, if you want to destroy a pristine ecosystem and then you're establishing plantation somewhere in state which is not even related to that pristine ecosystem, that's not the real value of our studies, right? So this is where I feel that the economics would actually help us analyze the trade-offs of various choices that we make. Right? I have this project in mind, but in the process, how much are we destroying? What are the short run and what are the long run gains? And in the process, how much are we damaging the environment? Environment would not speak because it's a public good, right? So we will not be able to see the values. No private party would come in and generate the public good service. So somebody has to tell that, yes, this is because of the public good nature of the biodiversity, there is a need to conserve. And this is a value that this biodiversity is actually generating to the society. It remains invisible, it remains in the background, it's like a playback singer, we can't see, but we know that we all benefit from nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So to start with, I think this is a very important discussion to have. But I think it's important to recognize that biodiversity in its current form has existed for about 480 million years. And the other word came up at a stretch about 70,000 years ago. Right? So one is clearly a derivative of the other. So we, at the foundation, we started solving climate we took it as a challenge and as an umbrella problem, as a set of crises that we are facing, the biodiversity collapse, the collapse in soil, food security, the immediate disasters we've been seeing over the last couple of years, and so on and so forth. And very quickly we realize while it's a planetary crisis, right, the planet is not an abstract entity. It's a crisis in all our places, in our villages, in our cities, in our wards. It's not like our behaviors in these places is going to be in one direction and we'll get another set of outcomes on the planet magically. What we do here adds up there. So the question was, what are we doing at our places? What are the bad trade-offs? Somebody said that climate is just the last 500 trillion bad trade-offs that we've made. Right? It's a symptom of that. And the same trade-offs have led to other crises in the human realm, in the natural realm, inequity, nutrition, health, what have you. So obviously when you start to look at a place, you've got to ask the question, who owns the place? Right? In the colonial framing, you think of a place as a resource base and you exploit it. And if you're all exploiting all the places on planet Earth, here we are. Right? So who owns the place? So you got to now think in terms of the people who live there, who have a skin in the game, who have a stake there, and their lived experiences in the context of the place. Right? So it is horrific to go down that rabbit hole. Villages are buying 90%, 95% of their daily needs, including vegetables, from somewhere else. Everything is somewhere else. What you need comes from somewhere else. What you produce as waste goes somewhere else. The water you pollute in Kodagu goes to the KRS. My joke is that KRS is 3% herbicide right now. right? So this sense of ownership has to come in deeply. An understanding of your bioregional context, the place that you live in, the place that you evolved in, right? That evolution took millions of years. Your language came from there, your food came from there, your all your functions, your skills, your livelihoods, your designs, everything came from there. And today, your economy does not recognize that at all. Everything goes from elsewhere, comes from elsewhere and goes elsewhere. Right? So now this switch is very, very important. And at the core of it is what we call biodiversity. Right? Our stories, our knowledge systems, our understanding of it was deep and immense. Whether you need to make rope out of it or medicine out of it, or just respect it for, do a festival around it. We are a civilization that celebrated flooding. Today we can't tolerate it, right? So I think this shift is very, very core to understanding biodiversity. And in action, we are trying to, I'm glad I'm speaking before Partha, because a lot of it is inspired by his work and what we've read there. But the real challenge now is how do you get people to own their places, understand their biodiversity, recreate a plethora of livelihoods, products, answers to, if your answers do not come from your biodiversity, your ecology, they will come from somebody else's mining. It's as straightforward as that, right? How do we make this shift is the battle for us. And I think that's where economy, ecology, etc. have to converge rather than the assumption we go with that they are divergent. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. The very august gathering and heterogeneous group over here and with Partha sir sitting in front. I work a lot on valuation. I try to put a price on the services, benefits that you get from nature. So before I am going to talk a little bit about my work and how I do it. And before that, I just want to tell you one thing about the Dasgupta review that you are going to listen to from sir. So this review is something like the Bhagavad Gita of biodiversity. That's what the name, I put it. Because whenever you have a life issue, you turn to Bhagavad Gita to get an answer. And here on biodiversity, if you have any issue, why you have landed up where you are today and how do you get out of it, you get the answer from the review. This is a wonderful piece of work and we are all thankful to you, sir, for producing this. And Sir Dasgupta makes 4 distinct suggestions that how do you come out of the mess that you have created on biodiversity. One is that you redefine your well-being. Redefine your GDP, go for inclusive well-defined measure, go for conservation, go for regeneration, increase your, make your institutions more powerful and also go for international peace, arrange money transfer from the developed countries to the developing countries so that the biodiversity can be conserved. Now, when you do valuation, most of these works can be facilitated by the valuation of the biodiversity that some of us are doing. In my work, in my seminar, like a very simple researcher work with the villagers, poor community. So I have tried to do how the coastal forest help us during a calamity. I studied the super cyclone in Odisha during the October 1999 that killed some 10,000 people and damaged half of the state. I tried to find out how the coastal forest like mangroves, cashews, palmyras, casuarinas we have at the coastal forest, what role do they play? So I found out the mangroves reduce the human death toll by 54%. Without the mangroves, another 54% more people would have died over there. They reduced house damage. They also reduced the damage to the livestock. Then we tried to put a value. The storm protection value for 1 hectare of mangrove came around $5,000 for that single event. So that's one type of work I did. Vultures. We used diclofenac as a painkiller for the animals. And because of that, when the vultures eat those animals, they all died. And all of you, if you remember, in early 90s, India was free of vultures. So all the livestock, the dead livestock, because you are Hindus, you don't eat beef. So they were all left on the road. And, it was full of sting, health impact, lot many issues, feral dogs, anthrax. I think the government was spending lot on medical issues. And then we come up with alternative, which is called the rendering plant. so that you take care of the dead animals. So I use this issue that what is the scavenging service value of the vultures? How much money the government of India is spending to take care of the dead animals which were taken care of by the vultures. It comes out that one single vulture is providing a service of around 2,000 to 6,000 per year, depending on the discount rate. And if you go for the annual, lifetime value of vulture, it goes from 6 lakhs to 10 lakhs. So it's worth that we should regenerate the vultures if we want to get this benefit, and if we want to save our government this amount of money that is spending on establishing rendering plant. So this is the type of work we try to put a value on the services so that we can make a better decision making. Like my colleague Haripriya has already said, what are the policy implications of these numbers? Now, how do we generate these numbers? It's a very, very complex process. For my mangrove study, I used 10 different disciplines. Studied meteorology so that I can study the cyclone, how the wind behaves, water behaves, studied fluid dynamics. I'm an economist, but I studied geography, I studied satellite images, geography, hydrology, different disciplines, because valuing nature is a very, very complex job that involves not a single discipline but multiple disciplines. And if you do not use this discipline, then obviously your work is of no value. So we do this complex work, work very hard, generate numbers so that you can help some policymakers somewhere with taking a better decision. So that you preserve our ecosystem, you preserve our biodiversity, that helping us indirectly in so many different ways. Now, what happens? Suppose you do this. Now, I'm also very sad to say, I did this mangrove study, generated so much of academic interest, so much of academic impact, but where is the policy impact? Government of Orissa doesn't even mention that mangrove generation can be one way of tackling the disaster management. In the disaster management approach of Government of Orissa, there is no mention of mangrove. So that means we really need to make this a mass movement, make more awareness, and there should also be pressure from the public and from other sources. There are 4 pillars of conservation: public, government, the public, the academia, and also the corporate, who are the big players over here. So unless the corporate are being sensitive about it, they know that the value of the nature is very, very high. And there is different ways that you can include these numbers and make a very better policy for the government. You can save money by this. So then I think this type of valuation, our work also will have more better meaning and better way of being applied in the policy with all the different sections of society, different pillars of conservation are sensitized, and they also take this into account. And I thank ATREE for this.
Thank you, Anita, and thank you for this opportunity to be here. When I first formally entered the field of environmental studies, I was introduced to the idea of environmental benefit cost analysis, and the first textbook that I was sent to look up, and I still remember it was in the Management Studies Library of the Indian Institute of Science, was a book called UNIDO Guidelines for Project Evaluation, and the authors were Partha Dasgupta, Amartya Sen, and Stephen Malghan. So that was my introduction to environmental benefit cost analysis, and that I think even today remains a textbook. I noticed that Partha had mentioned that as one of his works that he drew upon when he wrote the latest Dasgupta report. My colleagues on the podium have already talked about both the importance of biodiversity and the ways in which economics has tried to grapple with the question of the fact that biodiversity remains hidden, it remains invisible, it's not valued enough because we don't see that value reflected in the market, and the idea of economic valuation or extended economic valuation to capture some of that value and present it to policymakers. I would submit that there's another way in which economics, either as a profession in academia or in the real world, is playing a much bigger role in interacting with biodiversity, and that is through markets. And the recent spurt in terms of carbon offset markets, biodiversity offset markets, and now the Indian government has joined the bandwagon with green credit markets, is a different way in which you do not sit and value something. You just say the market will reflect the price once we create the conditions for people to buy and sell carbon offsets or buy and sell biodiversity offset, buy plantations in Haryana to offset Nicobar tropical forests being destroyed. So that's, I think, actually a bigger way in which economics today is interfacing with biodiversity. And Haripriya has already injected a word of caution even in the use of valuation itself. And I'd like to take the few minutes that I have to add a couple of words of caution and say that the real focus of our work needs to be on the boundary conditions within which these markets are operating, and the boundary conditions that set the space for, say, an economic valuation of biodiversity or other kinds of economic information to be used in the policy space. And I think it's really important to understand and try to redefine or reset or change those boundary conditions if you have to get good decisions, whether it is by individuals or at the policy level. If you look at the question of environmental valuation, I think you will see that there's an explosion from an earlier era where, for example, my own work was looking at the economic value of the hidden impacts of hydropower projects in terms of the losses of forest, the displacement of people, the submergence of land, etc., to the new era where you will see that this stuff has fallen on the wayside, and much of the valuation work is now on the positive benefits, hidden positive benefits of biodiversity. And it's become a cottage industry. There are reports about the economic value of India's tiger reserves, for example. And if you open these reports, the vast majority of them would not even stand the scrutiny of neoclassical economics itself, in terms of the kinds of double counting that happens, the kinds of wrong assumptions about the biophysical trade-offs that exist in that process. For example, you're counting the value of timber in a tiger reserve, and you know that timber is not allowed to be harvested and sold from the tiger reserve. And if you were harvesting timber, then you would not have that many tigers hanging around in that tiger reserve. So if you add the timber value to the tiger value, then we are making some very elementary mistakes in that valuation. But you will see that the valuation arena is filled with these kinds of mistakes. There's double counting. There is, for example, the other big problem with valuation is that we are presented with numbers that do not have a counterfactual. So if a tiger reserve is worth 500 crores, I'm just pulling a number out of the hat, maybe it's worth more if it was a bauxite mine. We wouldn't know that unless you present a counterfactual. And what are the actual biophysical outcomes under that counterfactual? It might be a coffee plantation that is actually giving you a win-win somewhere between mining and tiger reserves. You don't know that. So we need counterfactuals, which are usually missing. And perhaps the biggest problem is the problem of aggregation. That what you're doing is you're adding up the value of the firewood that is collected by the Soliga to the value of the tourism fees that are paid by the foreign tourists. But these are two very different people coming from very different socioeconomic conditions, and therefore their ability to pay something, either explicitly or implicitly, the value of that headload of firewood is going to be very different because of their income levels themselves. So in fact, in the 1972 textbook itself, there is a recommendation that you should weight the value of something by the income of, or inversely of the income the person that is deriving the value from. So the poor, the value that accrues to the poor should be weighted much more than the value that accrues to the rich. And this recommendation is 1972, but the vast majority of studies do not follow this recommendation. So that's something that for us to think about. When we move to the other arena, which is the markets and the creation of biodiversity offsets or carbon offsets and so on, we are struggling with the larger question. Markets are supposedly reflecting the preferences of consumers who operate in the market. But as I said again, one of the major market failures is the inequalities of income, which means that the preference of the rich count far more than the preference of the poor. Therefore, you see foreign investors investing in building more SUV plants in India and not necessarily more production of firewood for the poorest in the country. So that's an obvious problem with markets. But there's a larger problem that these markets are functioning in a system which today's system I would call capitalism or hypercapitalism. And this is a particular system. Markets have functioned in the past in different kinds of economic institutions or larger political economic institutions. Today that institution is hypercapitalism. And what this means, what this institution is characterized by is legitimation of certain things. Legitimation of unequal property rights or missing property rights for certain classes in society. Legitimation of concessions to capital, subsidies for capital, low taxes for capital gains, and the social legitimation of the expectation that you will get a return on capital. That is the hallmark today, that capital must get a return, and more return the better. And the movement of capital, the fungibility of capital across national borders is part of the political institutional setup in which we have set up these markets. And finally, the legitimacy of manipulating the preferences that are then expressed in the market. So the markets are not expressing preferences necessarily held by people, but these preferences are also the creation of the capitalist system within which the markets are operating. So I think we need to look at these boundary conditions and discuss more how they shape our interaction with each other and our interaction with nature. Thank you.
To all the four speakers, could we now have just about 5 minutes where, if necessary, the four of you could address each other or each other's concerns, if you have anything?
Yeah. So I think I really agree to what Sarath just mentioned. There are so many distortions which are happening in the process of valuation. But I know one thing is that like some individual studies who have done some blunders somewhere, really can't have a control on who is doing what. And unless you go and publish it in a peer-reviewed journal, which is being reviewed and which is being scrutinized, you should really not be believing those values. So if somebody is doing a wrong valuation, doesn't mean that all the pieces of research are also moving in that way. And then also you talked about these additions, double counting. So these are also issues one has to be very careful about, and also having a counterfactual. So whenever you do any valuation work, you also try to see what is the alternative. If this, suppose I worked on the mangroves, then I try to take the land price. If the mangroves were not there, then obviously people would be selling the land and they will be developing into something else. So what is the alternative income that people would have got in place of that? So we use that alternative in the cost-benefit analysis, then ultimately coming out with a theory whether this particular valuation is making an economic logic or not. So that economic logic also is one should come out with, but not necessarily everywhere it is happening. And then market, as obviously all our choices are being distorted because you go by advertisement, we go by whatever is being talked about in the market. Like yesterday we had a discussion on the investment in mangrove restoration. Why there is so much money for carbon, but why not money for mangroves as a storm protection or in the disaster management? So because when you invest in the carbon, then you have the chance of selling it back and getting your money back. But if you are investing on storm protection mangrove, then the community is going to be benefited. So the social benefit and the private benefit, that makes all the difference. So we have to have a way of, I think, taking care of these issues so that money goes where it is needed, or the community, whether the social benefit or the private benefit. These are the issues that happens. But then, I think, so these are the second ways of, looking at and working on the valuation issues rather than just doing an evaluation and then saying, okay, that's it.
Yeah, I just have one point to add to Sharad's point that CBA about giving more weight to the poor. I do agree, but the way now our mindset is, now if you look at, so first you develop, destroy, and then we'll come back, restore, regenerate. That's basically you are posing that as like, okay, this is a luxury good. Like you accumulate the incomes, then like biodiversity is a luxury. So we can't think about it right now. So that's basically the mindset. But what we are forgetting is the fact that there are basically turnover, right? You cannot like restore beyond a point. It's like a human health. Whatever, if the liver is damaged or whatever organ it fails, we can't restore it come what may. So environment also has its thresholds, and we are forgetting that. I mean, if we don't recognize that at some point of time, either through the policy making or, so we should not, we might actually lose it. I mean, the cost of restoring that would be much higher. I think that's where I feel that the valuation should add. Like you have to show those numbers, not value per se. That's, I mean, it's often misused, but that's where we need to. So cautiously we need to use these numbers for making the trade-offs in the decision making. And we also have to view biodiversity as an insurance. It's basically the insurance to the economy for our well-being. Yeah.
So since we are coming at it from how do we get all of these thoughts and this understanding into action perspective, right? Whether it's in policy, whether it's on the ground, we realized that all the second order stuff doesn't matter to people, whether in government or on the ground. The first order is economics, right? So to answer your point on, what boundary conditions you said, I think there are clear losses that are visible to people, and not from how the market values it in terms of carbon, and we are actually staying away from that conversation completely. Just to give you two examples, there is a panchayat in Kolar, which the constituents of spent 37 lakhs on buying plastic toothbrushes annually, conservatively. And I'm not counting the toothpaste yet. Right? I'm not counting the damage from the plastic that's left behind, that either goes into the soil, becomes microplastics, or goes up into the air once you burn it. Those are the only two things that happen to it, right? Or leaches into your water. Not counting the biodiversity impact of that, because that's all second order. In the first order, you have lost 37 lakhs, right? As a small panchayat. And the numbers are staggering for other stuff. It's 1 crore for a remote panchayat on vegetables in Singhbhum, right? It's 3 crores for a panchayat, an average panchayat in Kolar on poultry that's coming on the back of a truck from somewhere else. It's staggering. The economic loss from market activity for 90%, 94% of India. 94% of India has an economic red line. They have not won the economic game, and they have lost 80% of their asset base. Asset base in terms of soil health, in terms of water security, in terms of the biodiversity that was actually earlier producing all these goods and services for them. That's directly first order translatable. There are second order wins, but here's low-hanging fruits in the first order, is what we discovered. Right? That's a decentralized economy, that's local production, that's a healthy relationship with your biosphere, right? And your stories, your cultural norms, etc., get built around what you have a healthy relationship with. Right? So we have discovered that there is a very clear low-hanging fruit, and each time we have added these numbers for a panchayat, they have been astounded and we have been shocked. Right? So yes, there are ecosystem services, there are carbon markets and all of that. But in the core market, it is a false god that we are praying to. Most people are not winning from this economy. Most places are not winning from this economy. Any wealth advisor will tell you that even if you get a 10% income gain and have an 80% asset loss, right, you're doing something wrong. And for most of our landscape, that's where we are. There are only 12 city clusters in India which are considered economic engines for the country, which basically don't have a red line. The entire country outside of that depends on subsidies and doles from this. There's something massively broken with this. And at the core of it is an understanding of your biodiversity, your ability to build with that biodiversity. We can't think of an economy which, like you said, we first destroy everything to create, and then think in terms of restoration separately. It has to go hand in hand, aligned with it. And I think more people will win because of it, and they are our allies in this battle. And by the way, they do not necessarily need peer-reviewed data. 37 lakhs of spend on toothbrush, 3 crores on something is evidence enough.
Thank you. Sharad, are you planning to respond? Then very briefly, please.
Okay. So very quickly to Saudamani's point, I think if the idea of economic logic, so let's say we do a rigorous job, as you said, of the evaluation. The question is, what is the meaning of saying then the economic logic will follow? Because I think the point that was also made in that textbook was that, in fact, the benefit cost analysis is not meant to give you the answer. It's meant to give you an array of answers in front of decision makers depending upon their income weights, for instance, their discount rates for the future, and so on. They should be allowed to take the decisions rather than we presenting them with one number or one benefit cost ratio or one internal rate of return and saying this project is a go or a no go. I think that is usually lost today in the way valuation is done or way benefit cost analysis is done. So that's my first point. My second point is that you talked about the question of carbon and so on. think about what sets the price of carbon. It is the absence of property rights on atmospheric carbon today. We do not have an international agreement on who can emit how much, and that does not translate to individual sectors or individual players, down the line. So, in the absence of such a market, such an agreement, such a setting of property rights, you have a very low value for the carbon offset. It's running somewhere between $5 and $20 per ton of CO2. Whereas if there was actually any semblance of an equitable agreement internationally on who should be doing reductions, the people in the global north would be under so much pressure to reduce their carbon footprint that they would be willing to buy carbon offsets at $200 and $400 per ton of carbon. So I think that's what I mean by the boundary conditions. The boundary conditions in terms of setting property rights. And so my final response to you also, that why do we have even first order losses and still we say we have a GDP growing at 6%? So there is something wrong, and the first order mistake is not perhaps even of environmental valuation, but of valuing people. Because the poor person's 200 rupee minimum wage loss counts nothing compared to some capitalist getting another 1% interest return on their investment. So we are seeing 6% GDP growth while we are seeing joblessness and increasing poverty in the lower maybe 80% of the population or at least 50% of the population. So this goes back also, I think, at least partly to the issue of property rights. Because if somebody can essentially trample people's implicit rights or customary rights over their forest and build a coal mine, the GDP will go up. Even if you did the right valuation, the GDP would still go up, but the people's incomes would go down, their real incomes would go down. It's not, again, as you said, it's not the biodiversity valuation side of it, it's just the daily livelihood needs that will actually decline, and that is the reflection of the missing rights issue. For instance, in the case of forests, or in the case of offshore fishing, and so on and so forth, a vast array of situations where the poorest people have customary rights over nature that are not respected. So that's again an example of a boundary condition that is, badly set.
Thank you very much. I would now, we are really running out of time, so I would now like the discussion to be opened up to the audience, but we don't have too much time, so maybe 2 or 3 burning questions. Please briefly introduce yourself and let us know if you're addressing it to one of the panelists or to the entire panel.
Hi, my name is Supriya. I'm the Climate Environment Emerging Issue Lead for a bank. I have a question which is more of a comment. It's related to the last question, how do you put in equity? Because there are people like the example of a bauxite mine vis-a-vis a forest. Okay, so flows of ecosystem services would change, right, for the people who are benefiting, the direct beneficiaries for the forest. Whereas vis-a-vis the bauxite mine, the government is just going to earn on basis of the rental that the private miner gives to the government. So, you can't do absolute valuation. You have to also see how that value is then distributed to the larger good. It's extremely important, because if you do absolute, it may actually function that the bauxite mine is more profitable, but at the end, it might not be, because what's coming to the larger good, and especially for all our open access, common property resources, I think it's very important you do that. And on these comments on counterfactuals, this has been around for a really long time. 2011, Cambridge developed a toolkit. So there are toolkits available for assessment of ecosystem services that are made by practitioners all over the world. So there are standardized, very simple toolkits available. So those can be used so that double counting doesn't happen. Counterfactual counting does happen. I've been part of these things, so just to let you know, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last comment.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Myself, Mustafa, I'm from Climate Connect Digital. I was just, very intrigued to hear the comments on the carbon markets. So very quick questions. Number one, right now the markets exist only for the carbon. If we include other ecosystem services like biodiversity, enhanced soil fertility and such things, won't the valuations for the ecosystems increase if we go beyond carbon? And secondly, more on the rights of the communities, local communities. How do we structure these ecosystem markets so that the rights of the local communities become more enhanced and the value sharing between the capitalist and the local communities becomes much more balanced? Are there any thoughts? How do we do it?
That's very interesting comments. I just want to share one experience about the equity issues. We have done some work as a part of the Team India initiative for the Western Ghats, and that's exactly what we found. So once they declare something as a reserve, what happens is like the locals are not let into the forest. They have a lot of restrictions on how much of the produce can they access. So the solution they worked out is basically they give them the compensation of something like 10 lakhs and they have to relocate to some other place. And so they've given phases, that is 5 lakhs initially and then 5 lakhs after they relocate, but then they have to surrender everything so that they don't have a right over that piece of land. But then, so this is one thing, like this is an issue like where on the one hand you're trying to protect, but then on the other hand there are some people who are being impacted, right? I mean, they do not have that kind of education to be able to survive somewhere else. So these are some of the conflicts of which equity versus efficiency was always, there was always a trade-off even in economics. So that's something is, how do we resolve it? Is probably what we saw is in that particular area, if the homestays, they are the ones who benefited a lot, right? So they're very happy with this Anchi being declared as a protected area because there are many tourists who are actually coming as homestay visitors. That's how you resolve right? You have to involve them. Once you involve them, they would obviously there would be no burnout for anyone. Right? So we did, and discourage all the big hoteliers and all who are actually pitching up the shop because they displace everybody else.
So, okay, the equity has already been taken care of. So, to your question, like basically when you talk about the poor people, the valuation is mostly based on those people. When I worked on the disaster, so I tried to find out, like you lost, somebody else lost the mangrove because you wanted to develop a port or agriculture or, some other development on the coastal regions. So, the people who are suffering are actually the poor. So, the valuation is mostly from their perspective. From the people who are who are suffering and who do not have a voice. So the valuation most of the time really speaks on their behalf of things. So they are the ones who lose and they are the ones who try to bring out to the public, okay, this is what is the loss from this particular group's point of view. Okay? So they are already taken care of in the process. On the carbon market, so like yesterday, as I was giving my own example, we were discussing in a good meeting in Kolkata where some people are wanting to invest money, but they want to invest money only for carbon. So why not other things? Maybe, they still don't trust it, or maybe they feel, this is not recoverable because the benefits are all invisible. And the benefits are all going to the public, the poor people who are going to be benefited. So what is the way that if somebody is putting money, they are not having any way to recover it back? So like here when you want to invest on the social benefit, so the recovery should not be there. So I think this is what is creating the mismatch, that why no money is coming for this particular aspect.
So one way we are trying to do this, experiment with this, is change how M&E is done, whether it's government or social sector. Today, measurement travels top-down. So you define what's good, what's progress, what the trade-offs are, etc. Right? Can we define the M&E, and this is true for livelihood schemes, this is true for water, this is true for restoration, this is true for the forest department, for everybody. Can we start to define M&E ground up, right? Like your house is your house. You are the owner of your house. You determine what the trade-offs are, what parameters are important, right? And I as a solution provider need to respond to that. If we shift this equation, we might actually get to a true 73rd in some form. Maybe I'm dreaming, but at the very least, it allows for a better understanding of what the chases are at the level of the panchayat or the city ward someday. If the definition happens there, everybody else this whole idea of intervening versus responding to needs. I think we need a massive switch over there, and I think people will figure out a way to be custodians of their biodiversity if they have more of a say, they have a better understanding of their own place, of what their own measures are. So I think we think of equity, etc., also being handed down. and that's problematic. Right? We have to start measuring these things ground up, one way or the other.
Thank you. The last two sentences from our last panelist.
So just to, the implication of what Haripriya just now said is that the Soligas of BRLs should own the jungle lodges and resorts hotel in BRLs and draw all the profits from that. And the response to the question of power, since you mentioned nature's power, I want to remind ourselves that if we all become naturalists, we run the risk of becoming blind to the disservices of nature, which are equally apparent. We are all sitting in air-conditioned rooms in a completely unnatural surrounding. And the reason we are doing it is because we don't want that sun or the rain that's outside. So nature also has a lot of disservices. If we only go valuing the services, we are doing society a disservice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just end. I will take the prerogative of being the macaque here and just say just 3 or 4 sentences to end. I'm an ignoramus. I don't know economics at all. But there are certain naive questions that I have. I'm not going to put them all out here except to say what you just said, that how do you balance the value of a bauxite mine, not with the forest, but with the belief that your gods live on the Niyamgiri hills? How does economics value it? So that's how I would like to put it. And finally, do our economic models of natural resource exploitation even stop to be sensitive to and think about or consider what our overwhelming competitive extraction from nature might mean for the other forms of lives, their sensitivities, their sensibilities, their well-being? I personally believe that our individual senses of morality and ethics that should have typically driven much of our attitudes and actions towards other forms of life, which constitutes biodiversity, is woefully on the decline. I don't think there is morality or ethics anyway, and I don't know how economics can handle these values, but I think it's also true that with our various models of how we should exploit nature, the silent voices of those who actually live there, who constitute biodiversity, is being lost forever. And I do think we need to stop and at some point take stock of what the other silent voices are saying. Thank you very much.
Saudamini Das. Professor Haripriya. Professor Sharad. And Samir. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. On behalf of all the other species, thank you.
Thank you. Superfoods is the buzzword these days. From blueberries to brewed teas to broccoli and quinoa, aisles in supermarkets are flooded with a dazzling array of foods that are marketed in shiny, overpriced packaging that glosses over the bitter truth, the disappearance of the fruits, vegetables, and grains that our ancestors ate. A book like Forgotten Trails, Foraging Wild Edibles, then, is both a stark reminder and a fascinating account of the diversity of foods used by the Soligas and Yeravas, 2 indigenous groups that have been living in the Kaveri Basin and the surrounding hills of peninsular India for thousands of years. The book tells, through resplendent photographs and vivid details, stories about wild food plants, their usage and preparation, the dietary and cultural habits of the people. It is both nostalgia and a call to action. We will now play a short 2-3 minute film that will give you a peek into some of the rich narratives that have been explored in the book.
For the Soliga community of Bihar Hills, there is a story in every meal. And these stories come alive through their lived practices. Today is Makara Sankranti, a festival that marks the end of winter solstice and the beginning of long summer days. Makara Sankranti is celebrated with a special dish made out of the wild tuber Dioscorea. Kumbha knows of a place to procure the wild tuber. It involves a few kilometers trek into the jungle. The drying long vine and leaves is a sure sign that the tuber is ready for harvest. The size of the aerial tubers or bulbils gives him a clue of the harvest hidden in the soil. It takes time, energy, and patience to dig out the tubers from the ground. The end result, however, is nutritious as well as medicinal. Dioscorea species have been reported to have antioxidative, antifungal, antimutagenic, hypoglycemic and immunomodulatory effects. The Soligas seldom hoard. Kumbha has been careful to leave behind some of the root so it regenerates and there's enough for the coming year. After the roasted tubers offered to the gods, everyone takes a bite. With changing times, very few youngsters go into the forest with their parents. The traditional knowledge system that once passed through generations will soon be forgotten. Lost with the loss of this way of life. The threat of wild foods losing their relevance even before they are known to the outside world is imminent. Unlike many of us living in urban settings, buying food off market shelves with little know-how on how our food is procured and processed, the Soligas retain an organic bond with food. This book stands testimony to ATREE's long-term engagement with the community in documenting this knowledge.
What a lovely little film and so beautifully narrated also. Like many indigenous communities, the Soligas depend on wild food plants for nutrition and they believe in foraging seasonal produce. Gathering honey is an intricate part of their way of life, marked by a song often sung during the collection process. We have with us today Padma from Bihar Hills to share the song that holds within it years of organic lived experience. Padma avare bani.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಪದ್ಮಾ ಅಂತ. ನನಗೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಓದಿರೋದು SLC. ನಾನು ಜಾನಪದ ಕಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ ನನಗೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರೈಬಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಂಗರ್ ಅಂತ ತುಂಬ ಸಿಂಗರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಂತ ಆಸೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತು ಹೊರ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸ್ವೀಡನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ಜಾನಪದ ಹಾಡನ್ನು ಹಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಾಡಿಗನಾದರೂ ನಡೆಯಣ್ಣೋ, ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಾಡಿಗನಾದರೂ ನಡೆಯಣ್ಣೋ, ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕೆಂಬರ ಬರೆಯಲಿ ಜೇನಾದೆ, ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕೆಂಬರ ಬರೆಯಲಿ ಜೇನಾದೆ, ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ನೋಡಿ ಕುಯ್ಯಲೋ ಜೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ನೋಡಿ ಕುಯ್ಯಲೋ ಜೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಆರು ಮೊಳದ ಮುಂಡು ಸೂಟೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಆರು ಮೊಳದ ಮುಂಡು ಸೂಟೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ನೋಡಿ ಕುಯ್ಯಲೋ ಜೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ನೋಡಿ ಕುಯ್ಯಲೋ ಜೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಆರು ಮೊಳದ ಹಣೆಗಡ್ಡಿ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಆರು ಮೊಳದ ಹಣೆಗಡ್ಡಿ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕರಡಿ ಬಾವ ಬಂದವನೇ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕರಡಿ ಬಾವ ಬಂದವನೇ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ದೊಣ್ಣೆಗನಾಯಿ ಬಂದದೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ದೊಣ್ಣೆಗನಾಯಿ ಬಂದದೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ನೋಡಿ ಕುಯ್ಯಲೋ ಜೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ನೋಡಿ ಕುಯ್ಯಲೋ ಜೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಸಿಪ್ಪಿ ಜೂಳಿ ಬಂದದೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಸಿಪ್ಪಿ ಜೂಳಿ ಬಂದದೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಾಡಿಗನಾದರೂ ನಡೆಯಣ್ಣು ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಾಡಿಗನಾದರೂ ನಡೆಯಣ್ಣು ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಿರುಬಾದನ ಬಂದದೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಿರುಬಾದನ ಬಂದದೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕೆಂಬರ ಬರೆಯಲಿ ಜೇನದೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕೆಂಬರ ಬರೆಯಲಿ ಜೇನದೆ ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಾಡಿಗನಾದರೂ ನಡೆಯಣ್ಣು ಅಣ್ಣನೇ ಕಾಡಿಗನಾದರೂ ನಡೆಯಣ್ಣು ಲಾ 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 ಲಾ.
For those of you who don't understand Kannada, what Padma said is that she's finished her SSLC. She likes to sing and she's also performed internationally. So we'll now launch the book, Forgotten Trails, Foraging Wild Edibles. For that, I would like to call two women who've been very, very generous with their knowledge in the making of this book, all the way from the heart of Male Mahadeshwara Hills. Please extend a warm welcome to Maramma and Chikkadundamma, the Soliga women whose wisdom we are very grateful for. Can I have Maramma ore? I would also like to call Dr. Harisha, on whose research this book is based. He's a conservation biologist at ATREE. His expertise lies in cultivating conservation enterprises, empowering communities to manage natural resources for sustainable livelihoods, and preserving traditional ecological wisdom. May I also have Siddhappa Shetty R., a senior fellow and convener, Rohini Nilekani Philanthropies Center for Environment and Development, who was a scientific advisor for this book, and Madegowda, who also hails from the community. Okay. Forgotten Trails, Foraging Wild Edibles. Thousands of years of wisdom, knowledge, lived experiences, ladies and gentlemen, Forgotten Trails, Foraging Wild Edibles. Thank you to all those who released the book for us, straight from the landscapes where the book has originated from. We'll now take a very short break. I know you're all in need of it after some very intense interactions that we've had. And we'll reconvene in about 20 minutes because we overshot some time in the previous session. So we'll reconvene in 20 minutes. While you have some tea, please, there are some wild food snacks that we've kept outside, made from the plants that you just witnessed in the film. We have amaranthus laddu, made of amaranthus seeds, honey, and jaggery, and anne soppu vade, made of anne soppu with silver cock's comb, sabsige soppu dill leaves, and Bengal gram. And as you taste and savor, you can also talk to each other, ask the questions that you couldn't ask during the session, panel session. Thank you so much. Oh, and sorry, one more thing. Sorry, there are some plants, potted plants that we also have outside, and it's the same plants that are in the film. You can, and also that are part of the snacks. You can then eat your snacks and take home the plants as well. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're all refreshed and it was a good plate of wild food snacks. We've now made it to the most awaited part of this event, the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Lecture. On the illustrious roster of speakers who've previously delivered the TNK Memorial Lecture are the Dalai Lama, MS Swaminathan, Ramchandra Guha, Madhav Gadgil, Ricky Cage, among others. Addressing us this year is Professor Sir Partha Dasgupta, who's among the world's most regarded environmental economists. He is the man who put the green in the G of GDP. Through his Economics of Biodiversity, the Dasgupta Review, published in 2021. Today, he will deliver a keynote address on economic possibilities of the Anthropocene. I call upon Dr. Kamaljit Bawa, Founder, President, ATREE, to introduce Professor Partha Dasgupta.
It's the beauty which drew me first. All around you are these nature's factories. The birds which go and pollinate, squirrels taking nuts and burying them, and all the things under our ground. This bewildering tapestry of things that are happening, many of which are unobservable, invisible, and yet they are creating the atmosphere in which we humans can survive. But nature does not appear in economics. Let's make that quite clear. My name is Partha Dasgupta. I'm the Frank Ramsey Professor Emeritus at the University of Cambridge in economics, and my main field of work is ecological economics.
Good evening, and welcome again. And thank you for joining us for this event. Professor Partha Dasgupta of Cambridge University is certainly one of the most celebrated environmental economists of our time. So it's not clear to me how you introduce a person like him. And already in the afternoon, we have heard several references to his work and about his many accomplishments. And I'm not going to talk too much about his many achievements and contributions, number of papers he has published, many of which have been co-authored with several Nobel laureates, or of the many learned academies he's a member of, an elected fellow of, such as Royal Society, US National Academy of Sciences, American Philosophical Society, and so forth. And the many prizes he has won, including, most recently, the Order of British Empire. I think what I want to do is make a few comments about the relevance of his work to us here in India. Several years ago, he set up SANDI, South Asian network of development and environmental economists that is based in Kathmandu, but serves the entire region of South Asia. And during the last decade or so of its existence, the network has trained a number of environmental and developmental economists in the region, and has really played a very, very important role in terms of, I think, the current work that is underway, about which you heard in the previous panel. The second thing I wanted to highlight is his most recent, very ambitious project commissioned by the British government on economics of biodiversity. This has been a monumental effort, has drawn considerable attention to the importance of the biodiversity worldwide. And perhaps he will talk about that, or perhaps he will not. But I did want to mention that here. The third point I wanted to make was the nature of discourse. I think that is described in many of his recent publications, as well as, of course, in this work I have referred to. In considering the economics, I think he has focused not as much on what we see in terms of ecosystems, the physical assets we see, but he has shifted the discussion to what we don't see in ecosystems, the processes that maintain and regulate ecosystems. And those are the assets that are most critical for our survival, and not necessarily what we see. And we heard references to that in the previous panel, what goes on in the soils, what goes on in terms of the ecosystems, both in terms of the use by local communities, but also in terms of the dynamics of species. And I think in the slide we see some references to the pollinator networks and so on and so forth. And I think that is what is most important for us. We have a situation in India where many of our ecosystems are so degraded, and one might say degraded beyond repair, and there is very little realization of that. In our discussions of biodiversity, we generally talk about what we see and not what we really don't see that occur under the ground as well as above the ground, and to which many of you are really making very, very strong fundamental contributions. And I think during the discussion yesterday with the ATREE students, Professor Dasgupta highlighted the importance of such work. So it's really a delight, it's an honor, and it's a privilege to call upon Professor Dasgupta to share his thoughts with us. Partha?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here and to give a lecture in honor of somebody who I've only rather recently explored, whose ideas I've explored rather recently, and he's a monumental personality. He spans so many fields of activities. I wouldn't be able to aspire it. I'm going to be looking at things from one part of his work, T.N. Khoshoo. So it's a great honor to be here. I feel very uncomfortable just at this point because the panel discussion and the performances that followed really have left an enormous mark on me in the sense that it's, in many ways, you've covered the area. So what have I left to say? And I thought what I would do is, of course, I have a prepared set of slides, but the emphasis I'll give to the slides will be different from the way I had imagined before. And in particular, I'll be addressing, I'm sort of a professor, even if retired, from active teaching in Cambridge, but I'd like to particularly address the students at ATREE, whom I had the privilege of meeting yesterday and interacted at some length. They taught me a great deal of how this field should proceed. In fact, they're doing it. So, let me just now see. Right. Now, it's not very often, in fact, I can't think of any occasion other than the present, where there's been a convergence of thought between earth scientists and economists. You can't imagine two more distinct tribes. But earth scientists have pretty much agreed that 1950 is probably as good a moment as any to define the emergence of the Anthropocene. In other words, the human-dominated world, Earth system. And that coincides very much with the statistics I will give you. Global GDP has increased more than 15-fold to over $120 trillion PPP in this period, 1950 to 2020. We're looking at a 70-year period. Per capita GDP increased more than 5-fold to $20,000 PPP. Population has increased from more than threefold, from 2.5 billion to now it's 8.1 billion actually. Life expectancy at birth has increased from 46 years to 72 years, and the proportion of people in extreme poverty has declined from more than 60% to less than 10%. Now, I'm giving you global figures, and I'll mostly speak to global figures for reasons that will become clear to you in a few minutes, but then occasionally I'll drift into seeing how the analysis that I offer can be focused on region. If the analysis can't handle the aggregation problem, then it's not much good. So I'll show you how you might want to do that. The global one is easier to handle, and you can see why, because it means the international exchange of goods and services and people will be washed out because you'll be aggregated. And that's what causes national statistics to be harder to get hold of and understand than global. Okay, now these statistics are unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented. There was nothing like this happen ever before. We've really been a poor global economy until about 1750, the work of Angus Maddison, who's essentially tried to reconstruct economic history from year zero for a 2,000-year spell, shown basically the Malthusian story was, at the global level, pretty good. Population remained, roughly speaking, constant, very low level of income, and so forth. And of course, there were fluctuations, go without saying, but the Malthusian correctives that he pointed out seem to have worked and you get that sense from the study of economic historians, the ebbs and flows of economic life. I'm talking now about averaging it over a long spell. This 1750 is when, in some sense, the global economy took off. But it was slow, and it really took off in 1950. If you looked at the curves, they will remind you of the hockey stick curve that you see on carbon emissions and carbon concentration. They take off as a stick from about 1950. Now, this enormous success. And bear in mind, these statistics have been seen as success, and it's very hard to argue against it. In fact, why should you? These are good things, all of them. Hide something which I want to talk about, obviously, and you know what it is hiding. The enormous success reflected in these statistics has been made possible by the accumulation of, sorry, I think I've skipped a slide, by the accumulation of produced capital, by which I mean, some people call it manufactured capital, I mean tools, buildings, roads, ports, and so forth, human capital, health, education, skills, character, which are now incorporated in economic statistics. I haven't given the health statistics except in terms of life expectancy at birth, okay? But you would have similar statistics regarding literacy if you wish to do that. So it's these two, the driver of economic success that's reflected in this slide, are the accumulation of produced capital and human capital. But as I'll show in a minute, it's been accompanied by decumulation of what we call natural capital. I mean wetlands, grasslands, mangroves, coral reefs, woodlands, forests, lakes, and such biomes as the atmosphere, the oceans, and the soils and subsoil resources. Now, do notice that the statistics I've given you have no bearing on natural capital, on nature. The GDP, if you remember, is gross domestic product, and it means the trick word is, if you like, the rogue word in it is gross. It's not net. It's not net of depreciation. And the depreciation that I have in mind is, of course, natural capital. Buildings, roads, and so forth, there's a natural way of thinking about depreciation because you have information about the extent to which roads erode, depending on how the traffic handles it, how buildings last, and so forth. And companies keep depreciation allowances. They're admitted in the accounting system, but not natural capital for reasons I won't go into. It's been covered very well by the panelists as to why it's missing. But the fact is, of course, it is missing. And so what looks as undiluted success could well be failure. By one UN estimate, globally, the stock of produced capital per capita doubled in the period 1992 to 2014. Human capital per capita increased by some 20%, but natural capital per capita declined by 40%. And that's the diagram. Now, in the 2,000 years up to about 1950 onwards, neglect of natural capital may have been rather harmless at the global level, for the reason that it was globally, the human economy was small relative to the biosphere, for reasons I've just now mentioned. So that if there was some erosion, which of course there has been enormously, the idea there was at that time that if a resource source dried up at one place, well, there's another place to go to. The whole history of America of heading west is an exploration of that thought. And of course, if it were an infinite biosphere, there would be no problem. You could just keep on moving, heading west, but that doesn't happen. And this 50-year period, a 70-year period, does strike me, as it does now to many people, and that I highlighted in my review, is the period when actually we started crashing in against the biosphere's limits. So that's the curve. The top curve is the produced capital per capita has gone up, doubled. Human capital per capita has increased by 20%, and they are reflected, of course, in the statistics I showed you in the first place. And natural capital per capita has declined by 40%. So now, it's easy to criticize GDP. It's been criticized for many reasons. One of the main reasons that's been done in the past was, of course, its failure to handle distribution. I'll come back to this issue of distribution because it was raised at the panel and some questions as well, and I want to show you how to think about it. But the weakness that I'm concerned with is the following. Natural capital, all the ecosystems that I mentioned a minute ago as examples, are stocks. These are assets. And indeed, economic life, or in fact, any kind of life, is really asset management. We manage our assets. Those who have children, one of the investments we make is in our children. Their education, the culture we provide, is of course an accumulation of human capital of a kind that we feel is useful, productive, good, and so forth and so on. And then we manage our pension scheme. We put aside for the future, for illnesses and so forth, and we keep a portfolio of assets. And when I say we, I don't mean we middle-class people. The sharpest asset managers are the poorest people, because they can't make a mistake. Mistake will be wiped out. So whether it's a poor fisherman in the coastal regions of Kerala, or whether it's a forester living in the rainforests of Brazil, these ecosystems matter enormously, and the services they provide are extremely important for them. These points have been made already, and we saw a very moving account of it in the images that we saw in the book and the song we heard. That was very moving to me anyway. So how do you replace GDP, which is a flow? GDP, remember, is so many $1 trillion or so per year. So we're looking at a flow. And a flow cannot tell you anything about the future. The future can only be guessed or appreciated by looking at stocks, because stocks embody flows. A stock of capital asset offers a flow of services into the future. And so if you have a house or a table, let's say this, there is an idea of the kinds of services likely to provide over its lifetime, 20 years, 30 years, or whatever. And it's the value of the flow of benefits that you get from this desk, this podium, is embedded in the stock, which we call this podium. So we need essentially measures of stocks. We are looking at ecosystems, and I'll come back to why I harp on ecosystems and not biodiversity in a minute. So the idea now is to say whether we should be going for a stock measure. Now, it's all very well to say we ought to go for stocks, and then we produce an ad hoc measure, and I want to avoid doing that. Up to now, the measures that have been proposed to substitute for GDP, and there have been many. For example, the UN Development Program, UNDP, has a Human Development Index. And the idea is that it tries to make up for some shortcomings of GDP, but it does so in a very ad hoc way. It says, well, GDP doesn't handle human capital, at least not explicitly. So let's put in education, let's put in life expectancy, and then amalgamate it with GDP per capita, and then we have a measure which picks up little strands. The reason this is not very good is that ad hoc adjustments run into difficulty where you're not expecting to. What you need is a tight measure which reflects what it is you're after. And so here is the theorem that I want to speak to for just a minute or two. And that is, you can show that, I'm going to be using the word accounting price, because it has been discussed already at the panel, and I'll come back to that for some of the difficulties with accounting prices that were raised, particularly by the panelists and the chair of the panel as well. I'll come back to that, but just for the moment, think of accounting prices, which are maybe market prices, but mostly they're not. An accounting price of an asset is the worth as measured by well-being across the generations, if you were to have an additional unit of that asset. That's what it means. So you have to have, morality comes in right in the beginning. It rears its head before you can do any economics, in the sense that you have to have a conception of well-being or welfare across the generations. And we have a huge literature on that, and I won't go into it. That literature, by the way, is a pretty tight and good one about how to think about intergenerational equity on human wealth in terms of human welfare. Now, the theorem says that consider the following measure. The accounting value of produced capital, the accounting plus the accounting value of human capital, plus the accounting value of natural capital, call that wealth, inclusive wealth, because these are three categories of stocks of capital, then that measure moves in the same way along over time as you move through with the economic policies, driven by economic policies and the whims of nature and so forth, in the same way as well-being across the generations does. If one goes up, the other goes up. If one goes down, the other goes down. It's an equivalence theorem. Now, what's the advantage of having a theorem like that? It's that you don't have to measure directly well-being across the generations, but you measure instead the factors that underlie the creation of human well-being. And the factors that underlie are the assets. And these are the three classes of assets that I've identified. I'll come back to this issue later on if you like. But now, one of the problems with it is it's not achievable. We would not be able to do this. And you should know in advance that you can't, for a reason that have been already made clear in the panel discussions, because is that many of these assets are not going to be priceable, in the sense that you don't quite know how to think about their contributions. So what does one do? Well, what one does exactly what you might do in any other field of activity. You know what it is you're after, the goal, and you know that you can't get it, you can't hit it, so you cut corners. But you now know what corners you're cutting because you know what the goal is. That's the great advantage of having a theorem like that, because otherwise everything is ad hoc. So I'll be cutting corners as we go along, and then we talk about things. But I want to address 3 points that have been raised already at the panel and the chair of the panel. Valuation doesn't take necessarily account of whose value it is, that is to say, who is being affected by the asset. And there, the answer is, I think, if you know that you're making a mistake by giving an equal weight, then you know what you should do. You should have unequal weights in the direction that you feel is important. So that's pretty clear. And I think Sharad Lele reminded us that long ago, people had been suggesting that when you do cost-benefit analysis and you look at the benefits and costs, you should weight it with the income, the distributional weights in regard to the people who are enjoying or bearing the cost. Okay? That part is the easy one. Another question was made about the fact that these values depend on the person. And of course, when I talked about, so what about indigenous? I'll use the indigenous population example because it's the most striking one to think about as contrasted to the urbanized, corrupt people like we in this audience here. Which is the idea here is, of course, that the accounting price should be person-specific. So the accounting price of a hectare of forest to the forester, the person who lives there, is different from the accounting price of somebody else who is perceiving it. Okay? It's a bit like saying, my health is valued at I value it at a higher rate than you might value my health, because I feel the pain and you don't. You may have empathy, you may have sympathy, but you don't quite capture all the work that goes on. Now, I think that's again something we ought to bear in mind when we do cost-benefit analysis. All of this has bearing on this, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But first of all, that one reason we feel it's important to have this kind of valuation specific to the person is that, at least in the case of indigenous populations who live their human capital is rooted to that particular ecosystem, and that their human capital will be reduced if the person is shunted out. And that's one way of thinking about something which is very emotional, but it's not inconsistent with economic reasoning. Because the source of our anxiety about doing things like that, kicking out people who have their lives built around the forest or whatever ecosystem you're talking about, the emotional reason is that they're being deprived of something far greater than if I had to shift my occupation from one city to another, because I'm more fungible. My human capital is transferable. That's the way we want to think about it. So the accounting price or value of that resource for that person will be jacked up, and of course will be reflected in the theorem. Thirdly, what about sacred groves? How do you value that? Well, again, I don't think there is any mystery. A sacred grove is a sacred grove, and we are always practicing these things. Some things are no-go areas. We ring-fence an area. A temple, you ring-fence it. Why do you do that? You do that because you believe that it has a value above anything else around town. And of course, you might then, when the opportunistic moment comes, rationalize and then bulldoze it, by the way. Because then you reinterpret the religion to suit the purpose. But that's fallibility of the human reasoning process, not economics. We know how to handle that too. Now, in all this, notice I have not talked about biodiversity, and I want to explain why. And I want to spend a little bit of time on this as well. MEA, the Millennium Ecosystem Report in 2005, produced a classification which increasingly I feel was brilliant. One is that they thought in terms of two classes of goods and services Mother Nature offers us: provisioning goods, food, water, timber, fibers, pharmaceutical products, and non-living material, and regulating and maintenance services, which is the one which you have been discussing in the panel and elsewhere, which is climate regulation, decomposition of waste, nitrogen fixation, air and water purification, soil regeneration, pollination, and so forth. And there are many, many more. These latter ones are, of course, the hidden ones that Professor Bauer mentioned in his introduction. And the reason I emphasize this is that I've realized that there is a clean, interesting division between these two categories of goods and services. Notice I've called one the goods and the other services. And that reason is, at least that's what the MEA did, by the way, and they did it correctly, because goods means these are stocks, these are tangible commodities: food, water, timber, and so forth, okay? Notice that it's we add value to these objects in the provisioning goods, which in their finished products, I can't see how many minutes? Sorry, 10, yeah, that's fine. Which, using market prices, yields GDP. So we are looking at the primary products here in provisioning goods, which, when we transform them into final products, becomes GDP, okay? Regulating and maintenance services, however, the more fundamental one, because they enable the provisioning goods to flourish. Without them, there wouldn't be provisioning goods. Now, this relationship is, to those of you in doing their PhDs and like to have a mathematical model to back up the thing, think of a fisheries model, the simplest ecosystem that you can study. You look at the growth of fish stock, and the rate of growth of fish stock is a function of the stock itself. Typically, you take a quadratic form to show that the lake is finite in extent, okay? The right-hand side, the rate of regeneration, that's what I'm talking about, is the basis on which the regulating and maintenance services are working. They are the ones who are, the lake is the ecosystem, the fish are the provisioning goods that the ecosystem provides, and the service that the lake provides is the nutrients for the stock to grow, okay? So that's basically the story. That is to say, for mathematical models, or if you look at climate change models also, the right-hand side of the dynamics are the provisioning services, the ability of the oceans to, let's say, absorb carbon and so forth. And at the end of the day, on the right-hand side is the stock of carbon in the atmosphere, okay? So that's the relationship. Now, here is the puzzle. In provisioning goods, one of the weaknesses of the climate change literature, in my judgment, in the economics of climate change literature, has been that it is focused exclusively on one service alone, namely climate regulation. Not all the complementary services that Mother Nature provides, some of which I've already mentioned in the regulating and maintenance services. Now, the unfortunate thing there has been then that, well, you have substitute possibilities of using substitute sources of energy, clean energy, if you like. And if you move to the substitutes, then you can contain the overall emission rates and therefore concentration of carbon without having to forego growth of GDP. And that's been the appeal of that literature. It's been absorbed very quickly because it looks amazingly familiar to the way we handle other problems. Now, it's a no-go. That's not going to work. It's not going to work because the regulating and maintenance services are not substitutable. They're complements to one another. In other words, it's not a house of cards, that's for sure. But if you press it too much against one service, the others are going to go under because they are interlocked. So think of now multiple fisheries, if you like, those of you who like these mathematical models, such that the fisheries are so connected that if one goes down, the other goes down. If one goes down because of, let us say, some disease, the others go down as well, and so forth. Okay, so that's not on, and that's why I'd like to now conclude by talking about a way of thinking about these issues. Recently, ecological economists have tried to estimate the demand we are making on Mother Nature's services and goods. That is, but now, I'm sorry, I want to just refer to one point, which is that the provisioning goods, remember, are being produced by, or helped to be produced by, the maintenance and regulating services, okay? So if you press down too much on the provisioning goods, they backfire because they affect the service maintenance and regulating services. So, for example, if you transform grasslands into agricultural land because you need more food, you're substituting food for other goods, but meanwhile, of course, you have reduced the productivity of the ecosystems because biodiversity in agriculture is very small. And so you need to be worried about that, and what they have found is that the demand we make of global demand for these services relative to nature's ability to supply them on a sustainable basis is currently about 1.7, which means it's another way of saying that you need 1.7 Earths to satisfy our needs. So I'm going to give you the way I wanted to formulate it, and I'll stop there. The current imbalance between demand and supply, you can see this demand or supply either through provisioning goods or through maintenance and regulating services, because the two are flip sides to one another, okay? Because you press down one on one, you press down on the other as well. So, or alternatively, you look at the other in order to judge what's feasible in the former. And the demand can be reflects in this following inequality. I want to look at the demand side. Demand will be human activity, somehow measured, relative to the efficiency with which Mother Nature's services and goods can be transformed into human activity. The human activity index I've used is global GDP, because that's showing you how much of economic activity is going on. And that I'm writing as n times y, n is global population, and small y is per capita income. And alpha is my index of efficiency. The higher the alpha, the lower the left-hand side. The higher the numerator, the higher the left-hand side. So you're going to have a play of these three. On the right-hand side is the supply of maintenance and regulating services, which depends on the stock of natural capital, which I write as S. And so we have this imbalance, the ratio of the two being about 1.7 now. Now, the reason I want to end with this is that it gives us a way of thinking about which parameter, which variable to work with. If there's this huge gap between demand and supply, you can go for the top by reducing small y or capital N, or increasing alpha. And it includes not only technology, but also institutions, of course, and that comes in from the discussion that were taking place. If you raise alpha by altering appropriate technology and institutions, then you will be able to reduce your left-hand side. And the right-hand side, of course, is investment in natural capital, restoring ecosystems. So this is the background. This is simply an accounting story. There's a dynamics involved in it, and I haven't written that down for you, that can be done, so that these alphas and the y's and the n's are all related to one another over time. as in any good dynamic model. But at the moment, I'm just looking at it as a snapshot. Okay? So that gives us a way of thinking about the human condition at the moment, the dilemma we face. Finally, I haven't spoken about biodiversity at all, and for a good reason. Although my review was the economics of biodiversity, I realized pretty quickly that that's not what I should be studying. I should be studying ecosystems of all sorts. I mean, the largest ecosystems, namely the biosphere, to the smallest ecosystem, your stomach, which is also an ecosystem. So we have a very flexible notion of stocks of ecosystems, which can be nested, which could be overlapping, which could be large, they could be small, but they're all stocks. And what we want to study is the health of these stocks, as to whether the services that they provide will be enough, sufficient to meet our needs on a sustainable basis so that we can live peacefully with nature. Biodiversity is extremely important, but that's a subplot. Functional biodiversity aids the production of ecosystem services. That too, I've taken it from the ecologist's textbook, so to speak, because it's commonplace amongst ecologists, but that's the value of biodiversity. But the problem is, don't go on valuing biodiversity, except for, of course, charismatic species. That's a different matter. Most species we don't observe. We don't know what they're doing. What we see is the manifestation of this in the form of provisioning goods. And of course, then when we understand the way the provisioning goods are supplied, we think about maintenance and regulating services. But they are the ones which are absolutely essential. And totally final implication, if you like, the moral of all this is that I don't think today economic ministries should be populated only by economists. That's been a bad policy. They should have ecologists there, and corporate companies ought to have ecologists now in there. Insurance companies should have it. And they will be doing that before governments do, because the bottom line is threatened. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dasgupta. We'll now open for question and answers. 10 minutes, and maybe 2 or 3 questions. Please be brief so we can take at least 3 questions. Raise your hand and the volunteers will come to you with mics.
Thank you. Is it on? Professor Dasgupta, thank you very much. That was a very interesting lecture. My name is K.R. Acharya. I'm a journalist. I'm trying to figure out or trying to understand the difference between what you are now saying and what was said by Amartya Sen and Stiglitz and the French finance minister, I think, years ago. Okay, that's one. Is it the same thing? Are you talking about the same thing? That's one. Number 2, I have another question. This has been going on for years and years. As a journalist, not just academics and scientists sitting, I'd like to see something of it coming into being. I mean, how long are we going to keep talking of this?
Right, I can hardly give you an answer to the second one because I don't control the decision making. But as for the first one, I think you misread their work and mine because they had nothing to say about natural capital. They were talking about various ways of measuring the human well-being. That's been the focus of attention of development economics as to how do we measure human well-being, and is it capabilities, is it this or is it that? And I'm not concerned with that. I was taking it that we have some sense of human well-being. You named it, whether it's utilitarian or Kantian or who cares. But once you have that, some things follow. And I was looking at the instrumental side of the world, that is to say the services and goods which enable us to survive, never mind have a good, flourishing life. So that's the thing. Now, you're saying that these things have been discussed for a long time, and the answer is, of course, yes, because we all are human. We have eyes and ears and nose, we smell, and we talk to people. We see suffering when their ecosystems disappear or get degraded. So yes, of course, it's been discussed. I like to think, though, that I've done a little bit better than simply moaning about it. but I've given an analytical framework to embed the human economy within nature. That's, if there is any contribution in the review, and I try to do that here, albeit imperfectly because it's a half an hour talk, is that you don't bring nature as an add-on to a model of the human economy which has no nature. And that's been one of the weaknesses of the climate change, economics of climate change, because it's been an add-on. And the disadvantage of an add-on is, firstly, of course, inaccurate. It shouldn't be an add-on. But even if it's an add-on, what you're missing is that you so add it on that business can be usual, because you just fix a little problem. I mean, it may cost 2% of GDP each year as investment in clean energy, but still 2% is small beer given the problems that you might have. But what I've tried to do is to show that when you think about Mother Nature in her totality, and of course you can't do that, but what you do is you cave into it by looking at all the things she is doing via the ecosystems that are there and the ones we have damaged and so forth, and we now know a lot about their services that they produce, then you see that the human economy literally is to be embedded in it. Now, what does embedded mean here in my context would be, and I come back to that inequality, embeddedness really means that alpha cannot go to infinity no matter what you try and do by investment. In other words, the denominator cannot rise indefinitely to enable your numerator to go up indefinitely and while keeping the ratio okay. Do you see what I mean? And that's been the weakness of climate change literature, because effectively they're saying that if you invest sufficiently in clean energy, you've got an alpha going to infinity. Okay? It can't happen. And I like to think that that's something that only an economist could do, because I know economic models better than most people. And so I know what these weaknesses are. That's the weakness. That's the deepest weakness has been that we can substitute our way out of trouble. You really have to look at each of these variables on the left-hand side, which is now gone, and then see how to navigate through an extremely difficult time that we're now facing, because this inequality is going to continues to increase. If you just look at the climate change thing. Since you raised the question, I should say, I've given the inequality just as a scalar, one inequality, but of course it's not. It's a whole vector of inequalities. For example, the planetary boundaries literature. Think of about 9 boundaries. So there'll be 9 inequalities here. But that was just for pedagogical reasons. I thought I'll just aggregate everything into an inequality with just demand and supply. Is that okay? You may not be persuaded, but that's the way I see it.
Yes. Should I go? Yeah. So, research and data on natural flows and stocks is globally limited, and it's all the more so in the global south. And an approach like this sort of banks upon having all of that data around the global stocks and flows and the models around it. How do you see that? Because I see a lot of ecological accounting initiatives take place in certain global north economies, but how does this approach fit in with extremely limited data and research in this context in the global south?
Look, you're asking in so many ways the wrong person. I'm not a political scientist, and I don't have an expertise on current affairs. But here's something what I can do is bring analytical economics to bear to see whether the grammar we are using is consistent. Now, the grammar that is used in, let's say, WTO or World Bank is quite orthogonal to what I've been talking about here. Literally orthogonal. Why? Because natural capital doesn't form in the World Bank. Literally, the World Bank models don't have any natural capital, except for climate, of course, now. All right? But we've discussed that before. Now, here's where the problems arise out of it. Let me give you an example that I mentioned to the students yesterday. It's not a surprise, it's not a coincidence that the world's poorest people live in the tropics, and also that the biggest biodiversity, if you like, the richest ecosystems in terms of supplying global public goods like air circulation and so forth, are in the tropics as well, okay? Now, the two are, of course, very explosive stuff because the tropics are now essentially the source of primary products for the West, global North, if you like. Now, England, if it's part of the global North, doesn't have much biodiversity. I'm using now biodiversity, but what I really mean is ecosystem services of the kind that it needed to do if it couldn't outsource its needs for these services. But it has. It has outsourced very successfully because it imports primary products. So it's using the maintenance and regulating services of, say, Ghana or wherever for our purposes, because then they're polished into final products and we buy it in the supermarket. All right? Now, all these ills, this inequality that I mentioned, are arising because of these missing markets, the fact that you don't internalize these externalities and these externalities go unpriced. That's happening in Ghana as well. Local externality, not global, they're local ones. Say, in a shrimp farm in Africa will be polluting its neighboring mangrove forest, but that pollution is not included in the price of the export of shrimps. So what's happening? Follow the logic. It means that there's wealth transfer from the poor country to the rich country. Again, this impact inequality. What's happening is the demand that they're making is one which is not being paid for. And so, translated to inclusive wealth, there's a wealth transfer going on. Now, this is not a conspiracy. This is not colonialism. It's bad economics. WTO continues to talk about free opening up trade, freeing trade, expand exports, because otherwise they can't grow. They can't grow in GDP, by the way. So you can see the whole grammar is wrong. If you move to the stock variables that I'm talking about, then you can talk about poverty and rich wealth. You can say whether, in fact, if wealth is being transferred, then even if GDP goes up in that place, it's doing it by mining its natural capital. And so these hidden features of trade and globalization are something that really needs to be studied much more deeply than I'm capable of doing even. I'm just pointing to one example. So yes, this grammar, change of grammar, really does make a difference. You really have to get economics right to get things right.
Can I ask a simplistic question?
That's when I get worried.
That if you say all this is bad economics, for the reasons that you've said it is, then assuming there were good economics in play, what would the world economy look like? Or what would, all the knowledge systems that we have today, and what they do and what they train us to do, what are you looking at in terms of a world economic, what is the scenario in good economics? What would happen? Because lots of the things that are happening wouldn't be there. Shouldn't be there.
Extremely good question. I expected it to be. There were two aspects of the question. I'm glad you didn't ask the one aspect. The one aspect is, all right, all this good economics, but if one wants to go to war, one country wants to go to war with another, what do we do then? I can't answer. But you were asking something deeper. You were asking what would be the implications of the future trajectory that the world economy would take, assuming that it's peaceful and they've absorbed the economics, and somehow or the other they say, well, now let's go and start thinking in terms of stocks and the lives of the poor, but measured in terms of the stocks on which they live, not in terms of income and so forth. Okay. We don't know. And it may be a much better world, typically, because it will be the case that you will be putting pressure. The prices will be much higher for the scarce assets, so we'll be economizing on them. Entrepreneurs will be directing their technological changes, advances, towards easing pressure on nature rather than easing pressure on labor. So we now talk in terms of always labor-saving devices. Why? Because labor is costly. We don't say, how about some nature-saving devices? Because why should we do that? Nature is free, or much of it is free, so why should we do that? So the economic logic of the entrepreneur is exactly right. But that's because he or she is operating in a world in which economics has gone riot. You've got all these free goods out there, finite in supply, but you pretend that it's infinite. And the opening remarks I made are important, that maybe 100 years ago it was not unreasonable to think of it as unlimited, because it was a very with small beer as a global economy. Today we've shot up to a point we are now bursting at the seams, and so we need to. I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible to my ancestors in economics. Robert Solow, who's one of my heroes and closest friends, is now 99. His growth model is the one which I've been criticizing here implicitly. But he can't be blamed. He wrote the paper in 1956. And that's just as we had entered the Anthropocene. So he would, I think, feel very happy with these changes. And he has actually written to me to say, it's not my fault, don't blame me. So, yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, that's all the time we have, I think. So Dasgupta will be here even after the event, so you can all ask your questions then. We'll have to move on to the next event. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you, sir. On to the focal point of today's program, the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Award for the year 2023. This year, we are honoring Professor Deepak Malghan for his incredible contributions to the field of ecological economics. Apart from being an ecological economist, Professor Malghan is also a chemical engineer and is on the faculty at IIM Bangalore. I now invite Saloni Bhatia, Fellow Rohini Nilekani Philanthropies, Center for Environment and Development, to introduce Professor Malghan. At the end of this session also, there will be a Q&A. Please keep your questions brief as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Nalme. As has been mentioned earlier, the annual T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Award is meant to recognize the contributions of those whose work has significantly impacted the fields of environment, conservation, or development. After intense deliberations, this year's selection panel, comprising Nandan Non, Seema Purushottam, Subhadra Devi, headed by Siddhartha Krishnan, concluded that Professor Malghan's theoretical contributions to the field of ecological economics spoke volumes on his prowess, knowledge, depth, and breadth. Our illustrious awardee works at the scale theory and thermodynamics interface. Scale in ecological economics refers to the proportional relationship between the economy and the ecosystem that contains and sustains it. Among other recognitions for his contributions to scale theory, Professor Malghan received the 2015 V.K.R.V. Rao Prize in Social Sciences. He has served as an editor at the Ecological Economics, the field's flagship journal. His applied environmental policy research has been centered on urban hydrology. Beyond ecological economics, Professor Malghan's lab at IIMB has pioneered new methods for characterizing ethnic inequality and insights from and stratification by combining tools and insights from economics, demography, and political science. His current projects apply these methods to study classical and emerging problems in the ethnic politics and environmental justice space. Outside of credentialed academic pursuits, Professor Malghan calls himself, quote-unquote, unlicensed amateur historian. He's the co-author of an intellectual biography of J.C. Kumarappa, who was a pioneering Indian ecological thinker and political philosopher. He's currently working on a book project provisionally titled Citius Altius Fortius, a history of how the world became efficient, that develops the global history of the modern idea of efficiency. It is my honor to welcome Professor Malghan onto the stage, along with the members of T.N. Khoshoo Endowment Committee, Mr. Raj Khoshoo, Professor Kamal Bawa, and Ms. Anita Arjundas, alongside ATREE's chairperson, Professor Balaram.
Thank you for bestowing this incredible honor. I'm most grateful to the ATREE leadership, members of the jury, who I didn't know who they were until about 2 minutes ago, and everybody else involved in this year's TNK Award. I also want to thank the Khoshoo family for their generosity in creating this memorial award and lecture. When I got an email from ATREE requesting a telephone meeting with the director, I did not know what was in store. My best guess was that the new director finally wanted me to take back a large pile of completed survey forms that had deposited at ATREE nearly a decade ago. Some ATREE scholars I collaborated with on that water survey were no longer working with ATREE, and I had assumed that ATREE rightfully wanted to clear up the space for their newer faculty who had joined the institution. Thus, in preparation for the call, I actually went through the options, including speaking with the IRB coordinator at IIM Bangalore. What Anita said on the phone was a complete shock. As she will well remember, I was left speechless. The past winners of this award include many whose work is a constitutive part, and I use that term very advisedly, of the environmental discourse. It is an absolute privilege and honor to be on this illustrious roster. Thank you very much. An award like this can never really be about any one individual. It is one of the greatest follies of modernity that we ascribe individual agency to what are necessarily products of a collective, or even more broadly embedded in a larger social milieu, if you will, the zeitgeist. As immortalized by Brecht Galileo, unhappy indeed is the land that needs heroes. Right? Reading his little book on Gandhi and the environment suggests that T.N. Khoshoo would have certainly approved of Brecht's enduring wisdom. Far too many collaborators, certainly more than I can adequately acknowledge here, have helped shape the ideas that are being recognized this afternoon. I will not even attempt that here. Thanks to Jaya Peter's persistence and perseverance, I have recounted some of that in an extended interview as part of a compendium to celebrate 2 decades of the TNK Award. It is simply tautological that we all stand on broad shoulders of those who came before us. What is, however, often less acknowledged is how academics like me are also indebted to the next generation. This award also rightfully belongs to a string of incredibly talented graduate students. Oops. Okay. String of incredibly talented graduate students that I've been privileged to work with. The sui generis Ph.D. program at IIM Bangalore has been my principal source of intellectual sustenance over the last decade and a half. This is a collage that I made of the authors of 20-odd doctoral dissertations that I've had the privilege of working with, and they've taught me new ways of thinking about ecological political economy, most broadly conceived. Quite remarkably, even for 2023, I could not publicly locate 3 student photographs, but they know who they are. So if one of you is here and you're not seeing your photograph, it's because I couldn't locate a public photograph image of you. I want to use this. My initial plan for this talk was to present a potted summary of how ecological economics has engaged with biodiversity questions, but I decided against doing so. And I think I made the right decision. The distinguished panel members and the main speaker for this afternoon, Professor Partha Dasgupta, have already addressed this question from diverse vantage points. I mean, I really could not add anything more. I want to use this opportunity instead to discuss something we ecological economists of all hues and stripes, I mean, ecological economics is a very large tent, have ignored for too long, or at least something we have not directly engaged with. As so many distinguished speakers before me have alluded to this afternoon, any meaningful discourse on sustainability or conservation must necessarily confront with hard normative questions. These are questions of justice and injustice, questions of sufficiency as opposed to mere efficiency. The Anthropocene, within quotation marks, is a contested construct within social sciences and humanities, as opposed to, say, geology. Even there, it's actually contested. Debates about the utility of the Anthropocene framing notwithstanding, there's a shared understanding that the present moment, as Professor Dasgupta so eloquently put it, proposes a crucial ontological predicament around the boundary between nature and society. The blurring of the boundary between nature and society has infused a sense of urgency to the normative questions of justice and injustice. When we talk about climate justice, for example, or the colonial roots of our predicaments, we are discovering how our historically sedimented social fault lines are at the heart of the current global change. This is the COP fortnight. Right? The 28th annual conference or jamboree, based on where you stand, starts in Dubai today. There has rightly been a lot of debate around climate justice leading into this year's conference. Stripped of all the complex details and the mind-numbing alphabet soup of acronyms, a meaningful framework for climate reparations is really the most important agenda on the negotiating table. Yes, I know we are not supposed to invoke the dreaded R word in polite company, but with the planet literally on fire, reparations are really what we should be talking about, both inside and outside the official COP. Historical climate injustice on the global scale, principally between the global north and the global south, and rooted in the most broadly conceived history of colonialism, deserves all the attention that it's finally getting. However, subnational inequalities are at least as crucial as the inequalities between countries. We cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone address, how climate inequality in places like India operates without addressing questions of subnational justice and injustice. The lived experience of climate change, and this audience needs no reminding that climate change is a lived reality now and here, not something out there in the future, in India is best seen as a palimpsest. Palimpsest of injustices with three very distinct layers: the pre-colonial, the colonial, and the post-colonial. Engaging with the palimpsest of injustices is crucial because the spatial structure of environmental injustice is what I call fractal. Right? The structure of inequality and injustice that we observe between countries repeats itself at lower subnational scales. Indeed, as I will show here this afternoon, all the way down to the street level. By some measures, the magnitude of climate inequality between streets within a single ward of Bangalore is comparable to climate inequality between nations of the world. I would like to briefly present some examples of how caste and religion are at the center of the palimpsest that I've alluded to. I mean, even if they're not at the center, I believe they should be. Okay, the best place to start is with heat wave, right? Climate change really, in the first analysis, is about heat. I mean, the world is warming up, and no place is as impacted as South Asia. And these are images that have now become very familiar to all of us. But the question to ask is, who are these people? I mean, what are the different strata of society doing in this heat waves? Right? A good place to start is the classic from Babasaheb Ambedkar, The Annihilation of Caste. And I want to read out a single passage because climate justice in India, to a first approximation, is really a question of caste justice. Climate injustice in India is, to a first approximation, about caste injustice, and nothing more important than, as I'll show you, two constitutive features of caste, namely occupational segregation and spatial residential segregation. Caste system is not merely a division of labor, it is also a division of laborers. Right? I'm going to show that it's really division of laborers that is driving the inequality in how different people are exposed to heat waves in India. Well, I won't go into the details of the data work underlying all of this, but what you see here on the x-axis is very simple, the number of hours of work you do, and on the y-axis is some measure of exposure, right? I mean, how many hours of exposure do you expect to face above a certain standard UTCI threshold. As you can see, the social structure of the Indian society is replicated here, right? It's the Adivasis that are the most exposed, followed by the Dalits, followed by the laboring OBC caste, and then the upper caste. Right? I mean, you can look at, do this at the state level, very similar story. I now want to very quickly zoom into Bangalore, Bengaluru, the city that we all live and work in, and try and look at what climate inequality looks in our own city. Right? In a racialized urban space, the question of who gets what and why is transformed into the question of who gets what and where. Right? And so we are now going to deal with residential segregation, moving away from occupational segregation, the second constitutive feature of India's caste society. This is what Bangalore looks like. This is Census 2011 data. Bangalore, if you zoomed in, is pretty much as segregated as the smallest villages in Karnataka. Right? So the normative promise of urbanization that we would transcend caste doesn't seem to hold good. At least the data doesn't show that. Okay, as I promised, you can zoom into a single ward. This is just an arbitrarily chosen single ward in Bangalore. What's represented here is proportion of marginalized population, marginalized here being SC, ST, and Muslims, and everybody else is others. And then you've also seen what you're seeing are green space boundaries. Right? Where are the green spaces? And you can already see why this is looking racialized. Right? You don't have to focus on caste. There is a major overlap between caste and class. This is proportion of people paying income tax in that exact same ward. There is a near overlap between these two pictures. Right? And this is the siting of every single polluting industry in Bangalore. This is aggregated to the PIN code level here. And now you want to put those two together and see what the picture looks like. Okay, so on your left, what you see is a measure of segregation that asks the question, how is your neighborhood? And there are 16,000 different neighborhoods corresponding to 16,000 plus census enumeration blocks in Bangalore, different from the city as a whole. Right, so the most segregated groups are Muslims in Bangalore, followed by the Dalits, followed by the OBC, and then others. On the right is the converse picture. You're asking the question, what percentage of people in your neighborhood pay income tax, and the picture is reversed. Right? And this is to give you an idea that there is big spatial inequality in Bangalore, arguably India's most globalized metropolis. Okay? And this is a picture that should really worry us in terms of how to think about environmental injustice in 2023. On the x-axis is some measure of diversity. It's not very different from what ecologists use to measure biodiversity. Here we are measuring social diversity, 5 different groups included here. On the y-axis, I ask a very simple question. What percentage of Dalits in red and what percentage of Muslims in blue have another Dalit or a Muslim as a neighbor? Right? So that's the homophily metric. And what you're seeing here is that as neighborhoods get diverse, the homophily metric comes down. But then there is street level sorting. I mean, this is data from every single household in Bangalore, every single neighborhood in Bangalore. So what this figure is really showing is, as Dalits and Muslims move into the neighborhood, there is internal street level sorting. So that Dalits live on the north end of the streets, everybody else lives on the south end of the street, so on and so forth. Okay? And this is, again, a simple metric looking at just very plain population density. In order that you can compare across groups, I have represented it in terms of easy to interpret z-scores. Again, Muslims, Dalits are the most spatially marginalized groups in the city. What does it all have to do with environmental injustice? This is, I'm not going to go into the complicated spatial regression models that underlie what you're seeing here, but essentially this reflects the social structure that we have in the country, right? So as a neighborhood gets, as the neighborhood gets more upper caste population, for every 1% increase in upper caste population, you see a decline in the proportion of polluting industries. And I'll take 2 minutes, 3 minutes, yeah. And it's not surprising that as OBC, SC/ST or Muslim population goes up, the polluting industry proportion goes up correspondingly. We were talking about heat. So what this is looking at is the land surface temperature that is experienced by these 4 different groups. For every given population density, at every level of population density, Muslim literally face the most heat, followed by Dalits, the OBCs, and then the upper caste in that order. And this has to do with where the green spaces are located and how the urban heat island effect is unequally distributed. This is, all green spaces are not created equal. So even if a Dalit basti or a Muslim neighborhood is at the same distance from the green space as where upper caste people live, their green space quality is not as good as the green spaces available to the dominant group. So at every level of green space distance, Muslims and Dalits face the highest heat. I mean, this is just a literal measurement. This to me was something that really shook me up when I ran these models and the results came out for the first time. This is carbon monoxide concentrations over all 16,000 neighborhoods in Bangalore. We use combined this rich demographic data with satellite imagery, and you can cancel out vehicular sources, right? I mean, they're reasonably randomly distributed. But if you looked at stationary sources, what you see is carbon monoxide from stationary sources is really municipal waste burning, right? I mean, how are you processing your waste? Not surprisingly, Bangalore's waste is processed by Dalits and Muslims. Right? And that's really what this is showing you. I mean, this is Anthropocene to me. I mean, so you can actually look at the hierarchical social structure that is our country from 30,000 kilometers above, right? I mean, this is satellite-derived carbon monoxide data. Okay, I'll actually end here. This to me is really the crux of the problem. The marginalized here are Dalits and Muslims. The dominant groups are everybody else. On the x-axis, you have neighborhood diversity, and on the y-axis, you have closest green space distance. How far is your green space, because that affects whether or not there are other industries, how much urban heat island effect do you endure, so on and so forth. So what you see here is essentially as neighborhood diversity increases, the green space distance for the dominant groups increase, right? I mean, what that means is as Dalits and Muslims move into a neighborhood, you have disappearing green spaces, right? And then this goes against the grain of standard social science understanding of the diversity deficit, right? So there is not one single diversity deficit as opposed to a racialized dividend for the dominant groups and a racialized penalty for the marginalized groups. Okay? So important exceptions notwithstanding, caste has remained peripheral to environmental studies in India. That shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody in this room. This is despite the fact that we now have evidence for how racialized inequalities can even alter the course of biological evolution. Some of you will remember a science cover story that did this. I have only presented some vignettes here. To paraphrase Ambedkar's powerful indictment, turn in any ecological economics direction you like in India, caste is the monster that crosses your path. However, as a profession, ecological economics has not seriously engaged with what the hierarchical caste order means for climate justice, or more broadly, the economy-ecosystem interaction problem in India. I'm not attempting to essentialize caste, but simply want to underscore a significant blind spot. Within the economics part of the ecological economics in India, caste is at best another variable that we all throw into our numerous kitchen sink regression models. Notable exceptions notwithstanding, other disciplines have also largely neglected the association between caste, ecology, and environment. There are several reasons why caste has been neglected in the Indian environmental studies. I want to highlight something in plain sight that we refuse to see, the proverbial elephant in the room, and if you permit me to say this, including in this very room. The Indian environmental scholarship, research, and action are dominated by anglicized, urban, quote-unquote, upper caste groups, a group that is most insulated from the ecological crisis that they are disproportionately responsible for. Right? I mean, not very different from the north-south climate divide that we all understand well. I believe that a necessary preliminary to reverse environmental scholarship's neglect of caste is urgently addressing the grave social diversity deficit among environmental researchers in India. Currently, environmental research in India is dominated by privileged caste groups studying the predicaments of marginalized social groups, oftentimes Dalit and Adivasi groups. Caste does not have an obvious phenotype marker. If it did, a group photograph of any gathering of environmental scholars, researchers, and activists in India would be even more monochromatic than any South African institution under apartheid. We will actually do well to learn from the South African experience. The majority exclusion problem of the South Africans, the way they have confronted that problem in the last 3 decades, is much closer to our own predicaments than the American minority exclusion problem, the standard bearer on these matters. It's my fervent hope that the environmental scholarship and action in India will begin to address this collective neglect. If environmental injustice is a palimpsest, as I've suggested, we must recognize that any effort to decolonize these debates will not succeed if we do not simultaneously also pay attention to de-Brahmanizing the discourse. Once again, I would like to thank ATREE and the prize jury for this incredible honor. Thank you very much. Happy to take a few questions if there are any.
2 questions only. So, being a designer, you know, we work with a whole system. There's system design. We can think of how we can bring together different groups, different stakeholders, and actually solve problems, right? But when we try to solve problems like this, we have these stakeholders we can't even get access to. So when you work in a space like this, what do you think would actually help you make a difference for the marginalized groups? Because, you know, I understand finances are always an issue. But in an ideal world, if you were to implement a certain structure that could help out, what would that be?
Well, I mean, let me, as I've done in my brief remarks, try and draw an analogy with the global north-south inequality that we understand well. Right? Let me try and do this through an imagery, actually. Right? I mean, from a different domain. There was this very infamous picture of the American Vice President, Michael Pence, right? Holed up with a bunch of white Republican senators in the room, right? Talking about women's reproductive health, right? There were only men in the room, all white men talking about women's reproductive health. I mean, even if I told you that some of those men were gynecologists, we would be very uncomfortable with the idea that a bunch of white men were trying to figure out what is best for women's reproductive health. I think we have the exact same problem here. I mean, you don't have people who are most impacted by the climate crisis at the decision-making tables. Right? So what I've tried to suggest is that this problem has a fractal geometry. Yes, there is the north-south divide, there's the colonial history that we should all be paying attention to, but there are pre-existing, pre-colonial social hierarchies that we need to be attendant to as well. Simple answer to your question, we need people that represent the diversity of this country at elite decision-making tables. Yeah. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, I can hear you, but I want everybody else to hear you.
Yeah, so very interesting and very powerful thought, on different issues that definitely, needs to be researched. One thing, I was a little bit curious, like this, chicken and egg problem. So you say most of these industries are coming up in areas where the scheduled caste or the Dalits, these people are located. So it may be the other way around. So because, they really don't have education, the type of work they do, they are mostly working as laborers or some, low level of work in these industries. So maybe the industries were there, and then these people, because they're working there, so they are ultimately getting settled in those areas. So it's not that industry is going to their region, but these people are going to the industrial region. Try to check for this.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I can't give you a causal story here. For all the economists in the room, I'm going to be disappointing you, but in the first occupational segregation story that I was narrating, we actually control for class, we control for education. Caste as a division of laborers shines through even after you control for class and education and everything else. Very, very high dimensional fixed effects, right? You throw in a district fixed effect, all of that, but it still shows up. At a given class level, technically what we do is at a given MPC level from your NSS survey, you still have caste segregation in occupational choices. Right? Occupational segregation in India in 2023 is a reality. That's PLFS data from the 2022 summer round. Right? So this is as recent as it can get. When it comes to residential segregation, yes, you're right. We don't understand the dynamics exactly of what produces. It's never possible to do that with quantitative studies of this sort. So what we do is complement this with boots on the ground ethnography, and that allows us to rule out the possibility that it's really Dalits that want to live near where pollution is. You should also understand that the morphology of Indian urban spaces is very different from Western spaces. It's not an inner city and a suburbia model. Right? You often have the privileged and the marginalized living in the same neighborhood. Right? Because all the beautiful people in the city need their drivers and helpers and whatnot. Right? So people are living close by. There is an economic exchange. Caste system in India is based on unequal exchange, but it's still based on exchange. Right? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Malghan, for that incredibly powerful presentation and talk. Thank you so much. Quickly, moving on to the next session. It's time to celebrate this year's Ph.D. scholars of the ATREE Academy. To tell you more about the Academy and the PhD program, I now call Siddhartha Krishnan, a senior fellow and convener of ATREE Academy, on stage. He's also an environmental sociologist. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Inspiring and important work, Deepak. All solidarity. Yeah. We are usually, so we've been kind of celebrating our PhD awardees every year. We typically have 1 or 2 students, but this year I think we have 5. How does this move? Yeah, so the ATREE Academy for Conservation Science and Sustainability Studies, it supports ATREE's mission pillar of generating and producing the next generation of environmental leadership. Right. So here are some timelines, right? 2007, we started what is perhaps India's first interdisciplinary environmental PhD program, right? And in 2009, we formally kind of established an academy. And in 2011, our first PhD student, I think it was Bharat Sundaram, if I'm not wrong, passed out. And as of 2023, we have 40 PhD graduates who have passed out of ATREE, right? Big hand to. And 2023-24, we have about 4 who will graduate, right? And as on 2023, we have about 49 students who have enrolled with us in our interdisciplinary PhD program. And our students have published more than 120 publications in very important and leading peer-reviewed journals. And 1 out of the 4 journals are high-ranked. And as of during COVID, during 2021, the leadership and the academy felt that ATREE was only catering a young environmental leadership to academia, right? Because, if you look at where our students went, they went to Columbia, they went to Maryland, they, joined big NGOs, right? Big NGOs, right? But what we wanted to do is cater a younger leadership to the government, civil society, and corporate sectors. And then we started a master's in environmental studies in conservation practice. So we've recruited 3 batches so far. The first batch just passed out a couple of months ago, and we've done well, right? They've placed in FES and Center for Pastoralism, WWF, UNDP, right? So it's a big moment for all of us at ATREE that our first batch has done well, and we've got 2 more batches, and ATREE is a very busy place these days. It's fun, right? And the academy does a bunch of other stuff, certificate courses. I don't want to bore you with that. And so we're going to celebrate our 5 students who passed out this year during, between the last TNK event and today, right? And the token of appreciation, the memento, is handicraft from the pastoral Toda community from the Nilgiris, right? All right, so can I please call Dr. Balaram on stage, please, to give awards. The chairman of ATREE's board. The first student, Dr. Anisha Chowdhury. She worked on biodiversity, ecosystem services, and human well-being in the Darjeeling tea forest landscape, right? So she's not here. I think she's in New York. Her supervisor, Dr. Subhadra, would collect the memento on her behalf. Yeah.
Negotiating to show this.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, Thank you. Thank you. We next have Dr. Renan Shah. She worked on disentangling the drivers of domestic water use in the Darjeeling region. Her supervisor, Dr. Srinivas Badigar, will collect it on her behalf. Thanks. We have next Dr. Ranjit Kumar Sahni. He worked on the environmental injustice of flooding in Bihar. He looked at how the Mushahar, Dalits, and other Bahujan communities are disproportionately affected by flooding risks. And I'm his supervisor. I will take it. I don't want kind of mention the supervisor's name because I'll begin to sound like someone who likes to mention his name in third person. I don't want to be him. You know who I'm talking about. We next have Sonny, who worked on the sociology of environmental transformation in Kerala, science, legality, and subjectivity. I supervised him. Yeah, and Abhi, I think, Abhi student Anjan defended his thesis yesterday, day before, but we still haven't got the official notification from Mahe, so next year. Thank you, Dr. Balaram. You haven't missed anyone, no? Sorry, I'm really sorry. My bad, Dr. Balaram. Yangchala Bhutia, who worked on species diversity, composition, and structures of trees in the Sikkim Himalayas. Her guide supervisor, Dr. Ravi. I'm just going to make sure, wait. No, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth. So I now request Professor Balaram to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening. We've come to the end of the academic program, and it's a very special privilege for me to thank Dr. Raj Khoshoo, the Khoshoo family, for this endowment at ATREE, which permits us annually to have the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Award and Lecture. And this has permitted ATREE to hear many distinguished speakers from all over the world and to recognize those who are doing extraordinarily well in the area of the environmental sciences. A very special thanks to Professor Partha Dasgupta, who's traveled a long way to come and deliver the Khoshoo Memorial Lecture, and to the awardee this year, Dr. Deepak Malghan, who I think made an extraordinarily impassioned and I think impactful presentation. A big thank you to the panel, which raised many important issues, and a special thank you to Dr. Anita Sinha, who chaired the panel. I'd like to thank everybody at ATREE, all well-wishers of ATREE, all the donors of ATREE, who have in fact supported the institution so much over the years. And I hope that we will have their support and the support of many more of you who have attended today's event in the years to come. The ATREE faculty, the ATREE staff, and everyone at ATREE has worked, I think, extraordinarily hard for this event, and a big thank you to every one of them. Lastly, and most importantly, I must thank Dr. Kamal Baba, who's traveled a long way. And without Dr. Baba, we would not have ATREE. And over the last quarter of a century, his commitment and passion for ATREE, biodiversity conservation, the cause of sustainability, has really kept the movement alive in India and has really propelled ATREE forward. I hope that all of those present here will continue to support ATREE and make sure that ATREE in the future realizes the vision that Dr. Baba had when he founded it over 25 years ago. Thank you very much.
We have reached the end of another phenomenal year of the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Lecture and Award. Before the lilting notes of the evening's musical extravaganza take over, just one final note. December is usually a busy month, and I know all your social calendars are chock-a-block, but I will add one more event to that. On December 7th and 8th, ATREE is hosting the 4th edition of All Living Things Environmental Film Festival, and you're all invited on behalf of ATREE. The festival will feature 13 acclaimed Indian and international films on coexistence, regeneration, activism, and resilience. It will run for 2 full days, so please mark your calendars and don't miss it. What do you get when you put together 3 multi-instrumental artists with a mission to conserve a rich tradition of folk music? Ruhaaniyat, an enchanting contemporary journey down the mystic tradition of Baul music. Comprising the stupendously talented Tajdar Junaid, Satyaki Banerjee, and Rabi Mondal, Ruhaniyat's cultural soundscapes have traveled across the world. They have performed at various festivals in India and internationally, namely at the Barbican in London, Celtic Festival in Scotland, Blue Frog in Mumbai, among others. Tajdar Junaid is a multi-instrumentalist, songwriter, composer, and producer. His earthy, ethereal notes can be heard in international films featuring the charango, sarangi, sarod, oud, and others. Satyaki Banerjee is a self-taught oud and rabab player, besides being a magnificent singer of mostly Bengali mystical poetry in the Baul and Kirtan traditions. Rabi Mondal is a folk musician from Shantiniketan, the land of folklore and traveling minstrels. Groomed in the tradition of Baul, Rabi sings and performs with the dotara, khamak, dubki, and various other folk percussion instruments. The Bauls belong to an unorthodox tradition celebrated for their uninhibited spontaneous nature and their freedom from conventional religiosity. The Baul musical tradition carries influences of the Bhakti tradition as well as the Shufi, a form of Sufi music. Their lyrical composition explore themes of love between the human persona and a personal deity believed to reside within each of us. The BBC called them a folk band with an edge. Friends, here to mesmerize you with mysticism and melody, gracing our stage today evening, Ruhaniyat.
सारे We are very, very happy to be here performing for you all, and it gives me great pleasure to be playing this music with my friends after a long time, to be honest. And the next song that we're going to perform is called Allahu Allah, which is coming from the gharana of Lalan Fakir from Kushtia, Bangladesh. And all the songs that we play tonight, we perform tonight for you, has a sense which talks about attachment and detachment from the world. And a lot of these songs are in Bengali, and we will try and talk a little bit about these songs so that we can relate to them a little better. So this one is called Allahu Allah, and the last song that we performed was called Bolo Baki, and would like to speak about it? Yeah.
Hello. If it is possible, if we have the audience light a little bit,
it really helps to see who. Yeah. Why hide those beautiful faces?
So this is we are Ruhaniyat, and we sing our songs. We say it's our songs because no matter which song we sing it in our own way. So it becomes our own. If it doesn't, we don't sing the song. So this song is Balopaki Hare Krishna Nam. We start a Baul concept with taking the name of Krishna, or actually Gauranga. So, but they are the same as they say from one birth to another, or actually the consciousness of that is the same once it reaches you. So the song is, it talks about the elusive mind of the Baul. She is always preoccupied with the elusive nature of everything outside and inside. And they have a way of describing everything they have inside with everything they see outside, like a bird or a river or a tree or a fruit. So here the mind becomes a bird. No matter how I feed the bird with the name of Hori, I shackle the bird with the name of Hori, I urge the bird to take the name and to be one with the whole. It doesn't. It tries to fly away always. So there is this nature of elusiveness in the song, and as we come, Taj, I, and Robida, we three come from three backgrounds of music. Taj, I think you all know Taj, in which background he belongs to. I come from a classical and a Baul tradition, and also modern contemporary song, original songwriting, Bengali band tradition. And Robida is an initiated Baul. He's a Baul musician. He lives in Shantiniketan. He has his ashram there. When we merge together, it becomes Balopaki Hare Krishna Nam is not a song like, a Baul will not sing like this, but we would like to sing because we interpret our songs with our music. We try and interpret the song with the kind of mind we have of music and the meaning it makes to us. Our next song, as they say, Sunset is for songs. The day's talk is over. And it is a song where it talks about at the sunset when the ashik or the bhakto, they all gather in a place, they sing the name of Allah.
And that is where you see, wherever they sing the name, you can see the Kaaba. You can see, that is actually a part of our subaltern interpretation of, because they cannot, all of them cannot go to Makkah Sharif, or they don't have the resources, they don't have the money, but they have the urge. So wherever they sing the name, you see the nishan of Kaaba there. And the mahafil is there, the mahafil of human beings, the mahafil. And it is the sunset when the mahafil happens. So. Allah, Allahu Allah, Allahu Allah, Allahu Allah, Allahu Allah, Allahu Allah. Aaj wo ho phel kabar nishana. This song is, it's almost money. I don't know how to define the genres of the song because it is a Bhatiyali song and a Phokiri song together. So, in the terms of melody, it is definitely a Bhatiyali song. And the most essential thing of river, we are, Bengal is land of rivers. Whatever we see around us turn into a river. Whatever we whatever we want for, we desire for, whatever we disdain for becomes a river. So here, the body is the river, and there is a boat going in within it, and we have to reach somewhere. But there are and the boat cannot reach the place or the bank it has to, the shore it has to. So much of things that God that doesn't allow or doesn't they intervenes in the journey. So the song is Nodi Dekhiya Monopran Udiya Jai Re. Ehano Sonar Noka Jole Bhaisya Jai. Sonar Noka is the golden boat, the river, the human body itself. Robida will sing this song and I will join with Robida.
নাহো সোনার নৌকা জলে ভাইসা যায় এ নাহো সোনার নৌকা জলে ভাইসা ছলকে ছলকে ওঠে ফেনা ছলকে ছলকে ওঠে ফেনা আবার ওই পারেতে আছে বাবা ওই পারেতে আছে বাবা আদালত খানা আবার ওই পারেতে আছে বাবা ওই পারেতে আছে বাবা আদালত খানা যদি দেখিয়া মন প্রাণ উড়িয়া যায় এহানো সোনার নৌকা এহানো সোনার নৌকা জলে ভাইসা এহানো সোনার নৌকা এহানো সোনার নৌকা এহানো সোনার নৌকা জলে ভাইসা ধরে দুই হাতে দুই বৈঠা ধরে দুই হাতে দুই বৈঠা ধরে মাঝি যখন বৈঠা ধরে দুই হাতে দুই বৈঠা ধরে দুই হাতে দুই বৈঠা ধরে আবার ধীরে ধীরে মারে বৈঠা ধীরে ধীরে মারে বৈঠা কথা না শুনা আবার ধীরে ধীরে মারে বৈঠা ধীরে ধীরে মারে বৈঠা কথা না মন প্রাণ উড়িয়া সোনার নৌকা সোনার নৌকা জলে ভাইসা সোনার নৌকা সোনার নৌকা জলে ভাইসা ওই না নদী ষোলগড়ি তাতে দোকান বসে সারি সারি দোকান বসে সারি সারি ওই না নদী ষোলগড়ি তাতে দোকান বসে সারি সারি দোকান বসে সারি সারি আবার এমন সুন্দর নৌকা এমন সুন্দর নৌকা তার হাতে এমন সুন্দর নৌকা এমন সুন্দর নৌকা তার হাতে সোনার নৌকা জলে ভাইসা না হো সোনার নৌকা না হো সোনার নৌকা জলে ভাইসা যায়
The next song that we're going to do is a Doha by Sant Kabir. And what it talks about is, again, what I started the concert, the performance with, attachment and detachment. It talks about whatever we see around us in this world, how much to attach and how much to detach, because we know that our soul is going to leave the world one day. And this is what the song talks about. The song compares the soul of a human being with a bird in a cage, and this tune is called Ud Jayega.
जगदर्शन का मेला, जगदर्शन का मेला, जगदर्शन का मेला उड़ जाएगा, उड़ जाएगा हंस अकेला। जब टूटेगा हुक्म हुजूरी गुरु की करेली गुर जाएगा गुरु की करेली गुर जाएगा चला के करली चला गुर जाएगा गुर जाएगा हंस अकेला जग दर्शन का मेला जग दर्शन का मेला जग दर्शन का मेला दास कबीरा हर के गुण गावे दास कबीरा हर के गुण गावे बाहर को वे पार न पावे जम के दूत बड़े मजबूत जम के दूत बड़े मजबूत जब से बड़ा झमेला उड़ जाएगा उड़ जाएगा हंस अकेला जग दर्शन का मेला जग दर्शन का मेला जग दर्शन का मेला उड़ जाएगा हंस अकेला आएगा हंस अकेला गाना आएगा हंस अकेला उड़ जाएगा उड़ जाएगा हंस अकेला जग दर्शन का मेला जग दर्शन का मेला जग दर्शन का मेला उड़ जाएगा lucky day for us. For me at least, we have people from my family, my home. I don't have so many people in our Kolkata show from our home like I have today. I'm blessed to have them.
I think it's a very funny thing that I've observed over the years. Your friends and family in your hometown, they don't turn up, but when you go to another city to perform, the heaps they turn up. So this is an observation, and I must share it.
This is again a song of the river, and like poor people, they don't have. I think, and told you before this song also, like when we were singing Allahu Allah. So how do they go to Makkah? How do they go to Medina? Even they have the wish to go. So they set the sail of the boat within the river, within the body, and they think that it is here that the Makkah lies in your eyes, or the Medina lies in your eyes. So they start the journey, and this journey is the boatman's journey. This is a river song of Bengal. It's not the river only, but the river that you carry within. De pal tule de ore maji tui hala ore maji tui hala koriস না খুলে দে নৌকারে মাঝি আমি যাব মদিনা পাল তুলে দে মাঝি হেলা করিস না পাল তুলে দে মাঝি হেলা করিস না তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাব মদিনা তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাব মদিনা কাঁদিলে মুক্তা ঝরে দুনিয়ায় নবী এলো মায়া মিনার কোলে আসিলে কত মতি কাঁদিলে মুক্তা ঝরে মুর্শিদ যার সখা তার কিসের ভাবনা দয়াল মুর্শিদ যার সখা তার পারের ভাবনা আমার হৃদয় মাঝে কাবা নয়নে মদিনা আমার হৃদয় মাঝে কাবা নয়নে মদিনা পাল তুলে দে মাঝি খেলা করিস না পাল তুলে দে মাঝি খেলা করিস না তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাবো নৌকা মাঝি যাবো নূরের বাতি জ্বলে মদিনার ঘরে ঘরে ওই ও দুনিয়া গেছে ভরে অনুরের বাতি জ্বলে মদিনার ঘরে ঘরে ওই ও ওরে নবীজির ওই উম্মত তো চোখি হবে না নবীজির ওই উম্মত তো চোখি হবে না তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাবো তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাবো তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাব মদিনা তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাব মদিনা নবীর সুয়া নবীজির পাবে দেখা যার আছে যার আছে নবীর সুয়া নবীজির পাবে দেখা মক্কা মদিনাতে পাবে না তার দেখা আয়া যার সখা তার কিসের ভাবনা মুর্শিদ যার সখা তার পারের ভাবনা আমার হৃদয় মাঝে কাবা নয়নে হৃদয় মাঝে কাবা নয়নে আমার হৃদয় মাঝে কাবা নয়নে মদিনা ও দে পাল তুলে দে মাঝি হেলা করিস না পাল তুলে দে মাঝি হেলা করিস না তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাব তুলে দে নৌকা মাঝি যাব তুলে দে নৌকারে মাঝি যাব মদিনা তুলে দে নৌকারে মাঝি যাব মদিনা তুলে দে নৌকারে মাঝি যাব মদিনা তুলে দে নৌকারে মাঝি যাব মদিনা
The next song will be sung by Robida. The song is based on the Jhumur rhythm from North Bengal and Bihar. The song is called Chol Mini. Chol means chalo, and Mini is the name of this character. So the song revolves around the story, which is sadly true. It's about people who leave their homes in search of greener pastures, but realize that it was better to be in their native homes. This talks about the daily wage earners from Bihar and North Bengal, when they would travel to Assam on the tea plantations looking for work, and when they would arrive there, they would come there with big dreams with their family, but they would realize that this dream is not a good one to have, because at the tea plantation you would be turned into a slave working long hours with hardly any money. So this song is about a person who thinks that the grass is greener on the other side, but he forgets to water his own garden. This is called Cholmini.
চল মিনি আসাম যাব দেশে বড় দুঃখী রে আসাম দেশে রে মিনি চা বাগান ঘুরিয়া মিনি রে মিনি রে মিনি রে মিনি রে মিনি রে চল মিনি আসাম যাব দেশে বড় দুঃখী রে আসাম দেশে রে মিনি চা বাগান ঘুরিয়া আসাম দেশে রে মিনি চা বাগান ঘুরিয়া মিনি রে 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 মিনি মিনি রে মোহর মারা যেমন তেমন পাতা তোলা কামড়ে হাই যদুরাম ফাঁকি দিয়া পাঠাইলি আসাম ও যদুরাম ফাঁকি দিয়া পাঠাইলি আসাম বাবু বলে কাহাম কাম সদার বলে ধরিয়ান সাই বলে লিবু পিঠের চাম ও যদুরাম ফাঁকি দিয়া পাঠাইলি চল মিনি আসাম যাব দেশে বড় দুঃখী রে আসাম দেশে mini re 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 छाहा कांदे टिही टिही गागोरी से पानी नाई बाप दादा रे बांछा मुरली बाजाई छे छाहा कांदे टिही टिही गागोरी से पानी नाई बाप दादा रे बांछा मुरली बाजाई छे मिनी रे 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 मिनी পয়সার পুটি মহা গায়া গোলান তেলিগো মিনির বাপে মাগুর সুদি আমি আরো দেব ঝুলগো পয়সার পুটি মহা গায়া গোলান তেল গো মিনির বাপে মাগে যদি আমি আরো দেব ঝোল গো মিনি রে 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 समझाबो तैसे बोलो तू की रे आसाम देशे रे चाहमान मोरिया आसाम देशे रे मिनी चाहमान मोरिया
Before the end the concert and the day with this last song, there are a few people that I'd really like to thank for getting us down and taking care of us. It's Jaya and Tirath and Manan and Ramesh from ATREE. It's been a wonderful experience performing for you all. And I'd also like to thank Ashwin for making us sound good, our sound engineer tonight. And all of you for listening to these songs with so much love and patience. Thank you so much.
This is our last song, and this song is a song of আমার সাঁওতাল করেছো ভগবানকে. So, and here I always Taj, we always stress our relation to these folk era, folk idioms, folk genres of music, and we find that one of our predecessors like Gautam Chattopadhyay, Mohiner Ghoraguli, one of the first rock band of India, they have done this thing, they have taken this song and they have, in an era of not so globalized world, they have made a song like Bangali Korejo Bhagwan. So this Shautal has turned into the same marginality that the Shautal belongs in a Babu, Bhadralok, Bengali society. We as Bengalis belong to this world, in the world full of English and Americans and all whatnots. So we are the Shautal of this world. So the same tune has been taken, the same idiom has been taken, and I am blessed that I am born in the city of Calcutta, where Mohiner Ghoraguli once existed and it still exists. This horse is still run.
চাষার ঘরে খেটে মোলাম মাঝির ঘরে জন্ম নিলাম চাষার ঘরে খেটে মোলাম ভাষায় আমার উকাতে বাংলা কানা বাংলে সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান ওই আমায় সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান সাঁওতাল করেছে আমেরিকান হইতাম দাদাগিরি খুব ফলাইতাম আমি যদি আমেরিকান হইতাম দাদাগিরি খুব ফলাইতাম আমার স্যাংশনেরই ভয় দেখিয়ে মুলে দিতাম কান রে আমায় বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান রে আমার বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান ডাক্তার হতাম প্যাক প্যাকায়া পুড়িয়ে দিতাম বলি আমি যদি ডাক্তার হতাম প্যাক প্যাকায়া পুড়িয়ে দিতাম আবার 500 টাকা ভিজিট নিতাম দেখতিস কত মান রে আমায় সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান রে আমায় সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান ও মনরে
আমি যদি ইংলিশ হইতাম আমি কাউন্টি লিগে ক্রিকেট খেলতাম It was in those times when it was not there. Nowadays everyone plays everywhere. আর খেলাই হচ্ছে আর আমি যদি ইংলিশ হইতাম আমি কাউন্টি লিগে ক্রিকেট খেলতাম আমার রানীর কাছে নাইটহুড পেতাম আমি রানীর কাছে নাইটহুড পেতাম দেখতিস আমার মন রে বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান আমার বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান রে বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান ও মন রে ও মন রে আরে আমি যদি বামুন হতাম গোছা গোছা বইতে নিতাম বলি আমি যদি বামুন হতাম গোছা গোছা বইতে নিতাম আবার ঠাকুর ঘরে চাল কলিলে চম্পটান বলি শালকল চাল কলালে চম্পটান আমায় সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান আমায় সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান রে আমায় সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান রে সাঁওতাল করেছে ভগবান ও মন রে ও মন রে বাংলাদেশে জন্ম হলো এই বঙ্গদেশে জন্ম হইল বাঙালি হয়ে থাকতে হলো এই বাংলাদেশে জন্ম হইল বাঙালি হয়ে থাকতে হলো আমার পেটে ভীষণ খিদে তবু মুখে বাউল গান রে আমার বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান আমার বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান রে বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান আমার বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান রে আমার বাঙালি করেছে ভগবান আমার পেটে ভীষণ খিদে তবু মুখে বাউল গান আর পেটে ভীষণ খিদে তবু মুখে বাউল বাঙালি Thank you. Dhanyawad, Deepak brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are Ruhaniyat, that's Ravi Mandal, this is Shataki Banerjee, and I'm Tajish Nair. And we are so grateful for having such a beautiful audience. Thank you so much.
What a stirring, phenomenal musical surgeon to end this evening. Something to take away for both the mind and the soul. Thank you so much, Ruhaniyat, Tajdar, Satyaki, and Ravi Mandal. Thank you so much for bringing to us your artistry and blessing this evening. And thank you all, the audience, for being such a great audience. You've been patient, you've been punctual, you've been encouraging. And this was a great way to finish off another edition of the T.N. Khoshoo Memorial Lecture and Award 2023. On behalf of the entire ATREE family, all the students, researchers, and volunteers, I thank you all for your presence today. But we are far from done. We will now head up to the terrace where there's a mixer that we've planned for all of you. So please head upstairs and, ask the questions that you couldn't get to ask or I didn't let you ask. Thank you so much. We'll see you next year.